Welcome back to the Divinity League finals. We are, of course, ready to get into our last round of this split. It is going to be Eclipsing Tides versus CB Rangers. For those of you who haven't joined us, these teams have been doing fantastically in the playoffs. My name is Doz. I'm joined by Lukin for game number 1 today.
Hi.
How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling great. These teams have made it through a 16-team gauntlet and actually in separate groups too, after they had met originally at the Invitationals, and Eclipsing Tides took that. And now we get to see a rematch over towards the end. It could not have been like written any better. Thank you, Sims.
Yeah, it's been a good split, and I think both these teams are looking good to be able to put on a good show for us here tonight. So that's what I'm excited for. I mean, we looked at CB Rangers a couple weeks ago. We obviously looked at Eclipsing Tides last week as well. So I think across the two of them, both of them have showcased exactly what the team can do and have been able to put on some pretty interesting games for us. And of course some good showings across the board.
Oh yeah. Just about every member on each one of the teams has had their moment here, but we're gonna have to see who's actually going to be bringing it up in this series here. Best of 5 finals. It's all on the line. We got a lot to mention as well too going into it, but honestly, let's just send it into the draft. Why don't we here? There's so much to talk about, and there's so much that they're going to have to be picking and banning, but we're going to get to see it just about now.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at, obviously, Eclipsing Tides a little bit more last week. Spy Kid was a really big factor in that, being able to get some of these, like, really powerful picks. Has been kind of grinding a couple picks in solo queue this week, so really focused on that jungle matchup. And then, of course, Easy and Zon Lilac were a huge focal point for that team in last week's playoff match, being able to put up those numbers and carry the game from the bot lane. So the bans have started. I like the Trundle ban early doors, makes a lot of sense to me. That's something I don't think they want to be giving over to CB Rangers, particularly Black Eyed Peas, who has a pretty solid record on that champion.
Yeah, he's definitely showcased that there was some strength to be brought out there, but the other side of it too is that, Easy on Eclipsing Tides doesn't necessarily need to be the focal point. I think was one of the things that we learned from the last series. You could throw everything in the kitchen sink, even though you can't ban kitchen sinks. I don't think so. I think that's like a health issue if you were to do that, and it wouldn't matter. He'd be able to pull out a Vigar and just so I want to see different focused on the bans, and we are already seeing them over from CB Rangers here by taking away the Vi, taking away the support pick in the Nami, looking to have all these other things here and matched over as well too with the Sivir and the Mordekaiser ban. Portioned over to the bot and the top side of the map from Eclipsing Tides towards the Rangers here.
Yeah, I mean, a nice kind of mixed pool of bans, right? Like, just get some real power picks off of things. CB Rangers, though, double banning on the side of the jungle where that Wukong's been played. And once again, there's the Eclipsing Tides Vigar. That's probably going to Easy. But if CB Rangers have followed the tail of the tape, they should know that that is something he can pick up and cause a lot of problems with. So kind of forces the hand a little bit when it comes to the draft. I think you need something that doesn't let the Vigar stack. Can obviously engage really, really nicely and really punish it early, or potentially play through range. So the Vigar pick, yes, can still be flexed, can cause some problems, but CB Rangers locking in that early Olaf on the side of Black Eyed Peas.
I actually love that pick into the Vigar. A lot of times when you pick the Vigar, you're looking to kind of just create a zone of no control, or just like the what they call the no-no zone, right? By dropping down the baby cage and just stopping any sort of area from being penetrable from there. And Olaf just kind of ignores that. He just walks straight up past. Caitlyn paired over as well too is something that we've actually seen Eclipsing Tides ban continuously, supposedly so that they could maybe stop any sort of early pressure onto Easy. And we'll have to see how well that's going to work. It does also work into the Vigar too. I think you can just stay kind of at a safer range for tossing it back over. What are we going to be getting it for an answer back? What are you thinking here? Jarvan, solid.
Yeah, I mean, Jarvan's a big pickup for Eclipsing Tides, right? Like, that's something that got banned away from them a lot. Spy Kid wasn't really allowed to play that champion in the last series that we saw in the semis, so being able to take that away. This Vigar Seraphine lane is incredibly annoying if that's how they decide to pair them. So I think another, like, range support could be interesting here. I actually like something like the Leona, which could be really, good for, like, that kind of engage and long distance. But doesn't feel like something that Peacemaker on the side of CB Rangers plays regularly. So,
well, what are we expecting to see here? We got 1 second. Come on, what's it gonna be?
Soraka. Okay,
that's
so we're definitely
but,
playing back from each other, right? But we've now allowed 2 strong junglers to come through and cause those problems. So it's just gonna be jungle and bot lanes picked. Now we can focus on the solo lanes in the ban, which I think is, you know, usually the correct decision to let solo drop to, you know, the last 2 picks either side. But, you know, I think it's going to be tough for both teams. These picks are absolutely instrumental. I want to see where CB Rangers take counter pick too.
Yeah, and it looks like they take away the Jax starting out there too. It was a strong showcase from X in the top lane. We're going to have to see what's going to be happening here coming over from Eclipsing Tides. And while we are focusing over on solo lanes, supposedly we also still do need to consider that Cam may be picking up that Vigar into the mid. Still is that flex. We're not really too sure right now, which would leave open that counter pick onto the Caitlyn. So they always will have that. Gwen taken back over on the other side though.
Yeah, very big focus on top lane right now. I mean, Kramer against X is going to be, for my money, the focal point of this series. I think there's big wins to be had that way. I think Kramer has performed very well in every game I've watched him, and X put on a really good show last week. So that for me is the focal point, and that makes it interesting, right? Because you can then take, if you're CB Rangers, you take your mid laner on 4. Then that gives ET the information. Do they want Vigar? Do they want to go with something else and cause problems? So yeah, a quick Jace Corki pairing off. This for CB Rangers is important. Silas. Do you think that's a very interesting pick?
I do as well, for a few reasons. I mean, yes, like the Seraphine ult is solid. Jarvan you can make an argument for as well too, but one of the usual slam downs for Silas that's not generally considered is it also dissuades a team from going from a more ult-centric comp if they were looking to grab something strong here. So by taking it away here, it almost definitely does that. We see the top lane being taken aback with this Camille, and now what else are we going to be getting here? Because honestly, I'll throw it out here. Silas isn't great into Vigar. I do know that much.
Yeah, the cage definitely causes a problem. So let's see. I mean, picking an AD carry here feels very late, or an AP carry, I guess, in this instance. So definitely feels like a unique challenge, but this could be a hard pivot from Eclipsing Tides, who've had a little bit of time to think about it. There is going to be Varus. So yeah, that makes sense. Kind of keeps that like range.
That's still good for the Silas though. It is a big ultimate for him. Yeah.
But it keeps the area of like, you can't come in this area really nicely done. So the Vigar will be going mid. The Silas is now being picked into the Vigar, which feels a little bit unfortunate, but you know, you've still got plenty you can take on that side. And you know your top lane matchup, right? Like you got Camille, you know exactly what you got. So CB Rangers are giving that option. I like the Maokai here. I really do. Unless there's also the other option. Olaf goes top, Maokai goes jungle.
Maybe it's a Soraka top.
No.
Just the flat no. Well, you never know until we get into the lobby where well, they're going to start up here and we're going to have the behind the scenes kind of look towards them. I think it's possible. You never know. Well, might be something we see.
Yeah, we need to see it in
probably
game.
Not, but
that's for me is like, I need to see it in game, right? Like that really I
really need to see it. I want to see it, but I do think if we're being realistic here, let's look over at the comps. Realistically, we want to break them down and kind of take down what their identities are here and how they're going to be interacting with each other. There's a lot of different interactions that we could look at. The main one that I'm actually curious about, though, is the dive potential being matched by both the Silas, the Olaf, with the backing of a Maokai, over from what you have on the backside here with the Jarvan, Camille, and the backup of the Seraphine. We've also got a pretty solid backline. The area that I'd say is kind of out of curiosity, well, there's a ticking time bomb in the Vigar over on Eclipsing Tides here. And on the flip side, we do have an advantage for extended trade fights to CB Rangers just because they have the Soraka. So head-to-head, that's what I'm looking at right now. What's your take on that right now, Duz?
I mean, it's all about the dive. I feel like, you know, Eclipsing Tides are like, all right, we're getting Vigar, Jarvan, Camille. It's all about these like circular like skills that really cause problems once they're grouped up. You Seraphine through them, you throw the Varus through them as well. Like, it's pure team fight. And then you think on CB Rangers side, like, kind of the same way, right? Like, you've got the Maokai, you can take one of the ults with the Silas, You can make the team fight go way too long with the Soraka. The kind of interesting decision making here is like Caitlyn can get ahead in lane really early, and Caitlyn Olaf can definitely pick people off. So I think that's where CB Rangers have a slightly different strategy in just being able to pick somebody off a little bit early, potentially through a brush play or something like that, and then that team fight is never balanced.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities too to look outside of the team fights for how these are going to interact. When we're talking about pre-team fight stage of the game as well here too, that's one of the bigger questions that I'll be asking, because I do believe that there's more potential for damage to be tossed out from CB Rangers in the early game, at least from the mid lane and from rotations with the junglers, and more so. Well, actually, no, across most areas of the map here, if I'm looking at it, I'm not entirely sure about the Camille into Olaf matchup, so maybe that's going to be your forte, and you can kind of give me a bit more insight onto that one. I will say, though, that bot lane has a little bit more of an advantage over into the Caitlyn, being able to sustain while also poke down and kind of aggressively trade on that function. But they kind of all do the same thing, so I'm not entirely sure how we're going to see that pan out. That's really, I guess, where we're going to have to be looking initially here, but yeah, individual lane matchups.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how they assign them and how they play them. I don't think there's anything that's like a clear counter pick that I want to call out. So just kind of want to let it ride and see where it goes.
Yeah, and I guess we'll have to kind of just roll with that one as well here too. We do want to mention as well here too, Sems popped in and dropped a memo down on us. I can't read whatever language he has on it, so I was just able to read the graphics that he gave me. But hey, we're tossing out our signups right now for Divinity and for Conqueror for the next season. I believe we're going over up until the 16th for those signups, and we're going to be starting over on the 24th. But before that, you're going to have to see what happens in these finals here between Eclipsing Tides and CB Rangers. Who are you predicting to win?
I don't know. I'm just gonna say I want to see some good games. That's all I want. I don't want blowout.
Come on, nail that. Who's winning the whole thing? Game one. All marbles on the table. You're letting it ride over onto red. You're letting it ride over. Like we gotta see what's happening here. Or don't tell me green.
Rangers.
CB Rangers. Okay, yeah. I'm going Eclipsing Tides. Okay, the whole time I'm be. Yeah, there we go. Okay, if either one of them doesn't win in this first game, I will drink water.
Okay, yeah, that's a good deal. Good deal.
Yeah, that's the bet. Either one of us has to drink water if that comes down to it. But we're going to find out shortly here. And let's toss it over into this intermission as we are going to be waiting over on this next game with Eclipsing Tides and CB Rangers. as we get into game, we're going to be seeing an amazing matchup here. At least I hope it's amazing, because we did make very poignant and risky bets in terms of what we need to do if our team that we're supporting for this series wins or loses. But yeah, we're gonna have to see how this is all gonna pan out here. It's a very standard look so far.
Yeah, I mean, we do get confirmation of the Olaf top going into the Camille, which I think is actually quite a rough matchup for the Camille. I do like Maokai jungle. I think that makes a lot of sense. Then like you kind of flip it, right? You get like the Veigar mid into Silas, which you can just cage through the Abscond Abduct, which is a huge portion of Silas's kit. So, you know, as long as you get one wall in the way, you'll be absolutely fine. And then, you know, bot lane is just this mess of poke and healing and all kinds of shenanigans to deal with down there. So I think the top side of the map's a focal point for me. You know, obviously, Eclipsing Tides have come out way more aggressive in that side. No tank on their team, which, you know, obviously I know Jarvan can build it that way, but doesn't feel the right way to build it right now. So, you know, while Veigar may scale, Black Eyed Peas is going to scale too.
We could be seeing Spy Kid go a full tank Jarvan build.
That is just incorrect in the current meta. But he does clear the jungle quicker, which I think is big here, right? It's like he is going to get like a much quicker clear than the Maokai. Looks like Black Eyed Peas is taking his time. It does have the sapling down for 2, so could cause problems. But yeah, I think Spike is going to want to get top early.
Yeah, he's going buff to buff right now, and it looks like going to be looking to a position for a gank over here. A little bit of fighting going back and forth over in these lanes here, as expected. Ooh, poke going down. He's taking a little bit of chunk of health here, and some gold being traded back and forth here, but
the bananas.
Who's getting level
2? We're getting good bananas out of Peacemaker. I like to see this from a Seraphine. Is just making sure that you get that early like poke down. It can be surprisingly high, but you know, no like crazy big level 2 plays. It is going to be a Spy Kid just chilling in that top side
taking
jungle.
A little bit of damage here, tossing down the shield. Krama missing the axe, and just going to be going back and forth there. But we do have a gank coming out here. It looks like Spy Kid is positioning over to do some damage. Gets down axe to a little bit, or flashes both down, but directed camera says, no, I don't care. Yeah, nothing happened down there. And, you know, we're watching back over to Peacemaker take some shots here.
It's a flash for flash in the top lane, but it's jungle flash. Obviously, the Camille going teleport ignite, very aggressive play. It means, you know, some of your chase down potential is limited to the hook shot, which is going to be a little bit harder to get through. But Old Man Genetics, you know, playing this one pretty safely with Peacemaker. They are slightly behind on CS though, so they may have focused a little bit too much on that poke. Have a couple of waves to make it up. Oh, that's a big root on Peacemaker. It's taking a lot of damage, but of course, can heal it up.
And still a lot of fighting happening up here. A big wave about to crash over onto the top side as well here too. So, considering the CS discrepancy right now, that does mean that if it is all caught up there, then, you know, Krama did manage to do a solid job there, tossing out the back. And it looks like we got, if you can see over towards this top side of the map here, Black Eyed Peas is just going to go throw it out into the other side of the map, or just getting some vision for this Olaf to keep harassing over there. It looks like it might be focused over on that side.
Black Eyed Peas is getting caught in the river. I saw, of course, on the minimap Cam moving that one up, but not really able to capitalize there. And the big thing here is, you know, there's no Olaf top lane. Krama's still not back yet. So it's time to try and figure it out. Mid lane, yeah, as we expected.
Okay, yeah, here we go.
This is going to be
looks
rough
like the engage is going to be happening.
Damage.
Ooh, and we're looking back and forth here. Let's take a quick look as they walk away. Going to be respecting each other on that front here, and just back to a bit of a recall.
It feels silly from Black Eyed Peas. There's no need to go in on that when your laner's not there. Barok has found an angle on Cam. Is of course
and here we go, locked into hitting the wall. Though. And it seems like we're going to be seeing a lot more chunk damage tossed back and forth, but nothing really executing back and forth here. It's just a lot of just chipping away, really going on a nice edge right now.
Yeah, I mean, the cage was put down really nicely. Krama showing what Krama can do, though. Start to chase this down. Does have a 1 CS lead, and obviously has to play around that. Barok has taken a lot of damage. Could be a focal point. This is going to be a very cheeky back from the side of Spy Kid, who could get caught. Like Krama, though, is going to run over the axe.
Taking a lot more damage here. Still does
This is where it starts to suck.
Yeah. Oh, boy. And back and forth. Zond seems to be pushing forward but not really losing as much health. They are about to get crashed over onto here. I don't know if we're going to be seeing Black Eyed Peas look for anything else. We don't have level 6 for the dive yet. We don't have any real positions where you can go to grab, but mana is kind of getting low over onto this side. So after this wave here, or during this wave here, a lot of pressure can definitely be thrown down, and we are going to be seeing it. But Old Man Genetics taking a lot back here, positioning over. But wow, wait, hold on, what's happening? X is just going to be almost grabbing a solo kill over here.
Yeah, forcing the shield out of Kramer as well there, being able to keep alive through that. But Kramer hasn't gone back yet. That's the big difference, right? It's like it's now Sheen Camille versus, I mean, there is a longsword, so did go back earlier, but is now in a really tough position. This is the time when you need to be calling for Black Eyed Peas. Black Eyed Peas is in the area.
For it.
This is now
might have committed a lot for it. Gets the solo. Oh boy. Black Eyed Peas can get on it. Well, I mean, like, sure. I don't think you needed it to, but
it's plus 100.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I will say, impressive work on that front. I do believe would have died anyways from the gank if hadn't definitely gone in there. But respectable on that. Camille definitely paying off over into this matchup. The wave crashes as well here too. And yeah, no, it's solid play on that.
Yeah, I mean, nicely done by the side of EX to be able to kind of hold that one down and start forcing the issue a little bit, get that first blood. Yes, you know, probably, I mean, looking at it, there was a ward in the river, so I don't know if that was a ward that Black Eyed Peas did walk over, but now the cage is down. Burrock is trying to punish, missing, got the abscond, missed the abduct though, and this is where Cam is going to be in a little bit of danger. Needs to get Burrock low to be able to do that, but the question is, if Burrock manages to get Cam low, then we're going to see the stolen ultimate as well. So it is a very dicey matchup here in the mid lane, and Burrock is playing it pretty calm, honestly.
Yeah, and over on the flip side, for the bottom portion of the map here, the dragon taken away without really any pressure that will be thrown on, just kind of being snuck over here. Well, probably understood that it is happening. There should likely be something that is in response, but there really isn't. Just a pair of Krugs taken over onto the bot side of the map. We'll probably end up seeing Spy Kid head back over towards his blue buff and maybe look towards doing something in the top side here. But right now, we've got the first dragon and a respectable amount of gold back and forth between these teams. It is in favor right now for Eclipsing Tides, but you always need to respect the flat gold worth of having that Infernal Drake that just keeps gaining value as the game moves on.
Yeah, I mean, for Spy Kid playing the Jarvan as well, he's looking like a John Deere out here because he do be farming, but he's just not able to, you know, turn that into like a meaningful early game advantage for his team, right? And that's like where I think when you play the Jarvan, I love seeing those level 3 ganks, even the level like 2 potentially.
We saw the attempt, right? We saw the attempt.
It was an attempt, but like it didn't pay off, and like
it
didn't come back in time to capitalize on Kramer's missing flash, which is always something like I focus on a little bit with the junglers. So it's going to be the bot lane just pushing through. They do have the support of Black Eyed Peas, but it's kind of like a bait here, right? Like the lane's coming in, they need to like kind of lose a lot of health and then let Black Eyed Peas get in, who is of course level 6.
Yeah, and the next portion and the next stage of this game is definitely going to be shown once we do see those first items kind of brought through. Right now, it's a very slow pace. People are all still kind of hitting their 6 next. And we'll need to see how those are utilized, but that is the next big power spike that we're going to see outside of this ultimate wash that keeps coming full across the map. As to if we're going to see a team fight is kind of a good question, but if we take a look, whoa, ultimate being tossed down over on the bot side, but once again, directed camera really doesn't care. The end that is, man, I'm losing my train of thought here. What I was going to be mentioning is that if we look at the vision right now, the vision on the bot hand side of the map is taken over from CB Rangers, while the top side is very clearly the focus right now. Oh boy, here we go. Krama popping in, tossing down the ultimate, locking him into the cage, and once again another one dropped down over by Spy Kid. Spy Kid grabbing the kill, maybe able to accelerate a little bit more off of that, but that is Krama down.
Yeah, Kramer now 0-2-1. I mean, being able to get the assist on that early like follow-up gank from the side of Black Eyed Peas, but really has
here we go. Ultimate thrown by the Old Man Genetics just falls instantly. Peacemaker is going to have to walk away from that one. Not going to be taking any more damage, but definitely taking the emotional damage of seeing his AD carry fall.
But yeah, I mean, the CC on the side of Zonlilac and Easy is absolutely ridiculous. Even the slow from the E of Varus is enough to just set things up really easily. Zonlilac's been landing a lot of damage here, and Kramer's lane is pretty much over at this point as the turret's going to go.
Black Eyed Peas tossing down the ultimate, trying to get away here over from this Jarvan. Spy Kid falls down. Nothing going to be lasting on that side, and it looks like X is going to be trying to get away. Knocked back, but definitely taken down. Valhalla is not where it's going over, but Peacemaker's going there.
Yeah, that was an interesting flash. Yes, you avoid the initial, but you're then in a gap. Barok has just disconnected, is of course going to have to reconnect real quick. I don't think Barok is particularly in a bad position, was just back at the fountain. But let's talk about that top lane fight. Getting some kills back on Kramer while that turret is still alive is absolutely huge. This is exactly what is needed here, being able to at least try and play the game a little bit more. Because I was concerned that Kramer was not involved enough in the game to be able to be this, this big impactful factor. Like, the Olaf wants to be a lane bully, and now twice has been felled by just not warding and getting ganked.
Yeah, it's looking like the swing is kind of happening over to where the top lane portion of the map was going swimmingly in that earlier portion, but they're kind of overcommitting. And on the flip side, though, even though they are committing over onto that side, considering where we saw the vision before and they're matching over towards this top side, it has left up easy to actually silently just accrue and grab 2 kills just from, standard laning. Which has actually ended up in a 900 gold lead at this point here. Not exactly what you want to see when we know. It's very well known that Easy is probably the strongest carry on Eclipsing Tides and possibly for this league right now. So we're going to have to see how that's going to pan out here on the Varus that is going lethality.
Yep, I mean, it looks like we're still in a bit of a pause or a bit of a delay. I'm not 100% sure. I think we probably have to just catch up a little bit, but,
we're back into the game. It's just a stupid catch up. It's the league.
There we go.
There we go. Hey, we're back in.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the bot lane has been really impressive from the side of Eclipsing Tides. Like, I think their draft was
old man Genetics thinking that he's someone, but Easy just getting fed another kill. Oh boy, three kills now.
Yeah, this is a massive problem. CB Rangers can't let this draft come through again because while they played this duo poke thing. They've kind of been felled by it, right? Like, there is, of course, the tank of Black Eyed Peas, but Black Eyed Peas has only made a couple of plays, and they've both been towards the top side. Easy and Zonlilac have really cleaned up here, and it's always been Old Man Genetics and Peacemaker just not on the same page at all this game, right? Like, they've never been in lane together that much. I feel that their back timings are off, and I think they're getting punished for it. Like, the junglers have barely been involved in these games, apart from the top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, even when we look at how spectated Cam was kind of showing it, there really hasn't been anything happening outside of in the side lanes right now. I mean, it shows in the scoreline as well. But even through all of that, once again, we did kind of mention the ticking time bomb portion of of Eclipsing Tides was Cam as well too on this Veigar, and Veigar has silently just accrued a 96 to 78 farm, just 16 farm ahead, and nothing's happening in the lane of the champion that just likes to chill and farm until they can, grab their required items.
Yeah, this is looking to be close to a 20 CS lead. So getting those dragons, getting those fights is just gonna be difficult. So yeah, this now, I mean, especially with the kills, right? Like, CB Rangers got that early dragon, but they're already down like 3,000 gold nearly, which is just going to be a continuous problem. This Seraphine once again for Zonlilac has caused a lot of problems. Yes, there is this side of Black Eyed Peas in the lane, but it's a little
Oh, here we go. Toss down the ultimate from Zond here, brought over to the backside, and we do see that it is blocked over. The amount of damage that was passed over back again. Brock takes the ultimate for himself, manages to kill Zond, and doesn't even get to use it at this point. A trade back and forth where mid laner for support, I don't know how worth it that is. Yeah, and it seems like it's still going on here, maybe? We got X who's looking to maybe grab a little bit of a dive here.
EX is here and wants to dive with the hook shot.
Hello.
Oh, no.
Well, it doesn't really get too much outside of taking away the back, but we have a surround on the bot side tower here, and a lot of damage pulled off over here, with Easy getting the double kill off of it for the life of X. I think that's worth it, I'll be honest.
Yeah, this is looking like a go next angle. All of the fights now are just falling in the favor of Eclipsing Tides, so you know, they're going to be able to take this bot lane turret at some point. Looks like they're still working on it. They do have 20 seconds till those plates go, so they could match their gold. Old Man Genetics is caught, and at some point is going to get finished off by Easy, who is now 6-0-1, by the way.
Yeah, 6-0-1, and just Zon manages to get out of there. Oh boy, Seraphine all goes wide. Also that went wide too.
Yeah, Barak is in a bad position.
But Barak
right
is
now.
Back over into the cage. Oh, don't let it happen again. Okay, manages to stop the channel on the Q. Soraka definitely doing a great job on that front, but they're still sticking around, really just kind of hovering around with this idea that they might be able to go in. While we have Barak, who's relatively low, but we do have the sustained power of this Soraka and the Silas that is definitely going to start getting nastier here. But I mean, you can see over on the flip side here, when we look at the item choices, Seraphine in this Zond has actually picked up the Grievous Wounds, and that's not going to be quite as effective for the next team fight.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing here is, like, Eclipsing Tides have played this comp beautifully. I did think coming into the game, CB Rangers had, like, a more balanced comp. I really liked it. But they've been getting caught out, and they've been getting caught out numerous times. The fact that we now have Easy on 6-0-1 is a mistake, right? Like, you've allowed too much poke to come down. You've allowed a lot to go on.
I mean, it's 6-0-1 at 15 minutes, so we should probably mention that. Like, that's a big deal right there. That's a big deal for the person who's been a big deal that we already knew of in this series. He's kind of starting quite ahead for game one.
Yep.
Oh boy, and here we go. Talking about going ahead. Krabba moving forward, jumping over, landing over onto this here. Oh, the damage landing over. Cam goes down. Spikey goes over to the back here, locking everyone in the same place. Oh boy, but here goes Easy, tossing down a crazy amount of damage, poking back over. Old Man Genetics following him back as we do see it being brought over onto the other side here. Zon just clearing wards over on the bot side, I guess, but now we're going to be collapsing over on to this Herald, and we see Spikey looking to maybe contest it. It's a little rough, though, with these traps going down from the Caitlyn. Old Man Genetics has positioned him well enough, and it looks like Spike is just going to let it go down and say, you know, okay, fine, you guys take that, I'll take the pro.
Yeah, I mean, but Zonlo, weirdly enough, is just kind of sitting in the bot lane, just farming and pushing, right? Yeah. Like, getting a bunch of gold that's going to make, you know, a lot of these skills a lot more potent. You know, they did get the Rift Herald, but where they drop it is going to be so important for CB Rangers. It's now pushing 3,500 gold lead. Easy is the target here.
Far forward
does
here.
Flash, though,
flash over or backwards here as we get knocked up over. Oh no! Well, that's a shutdown going over to Silas. That is not the champion you would likely want to see in this case. But another fight happening. Black Eyed Peas getting solo, getting dropped down. Oh, X going back forward again. Not really able to get too much more, but answered back very quickly. And likely we're going to be seeing another tower go down here. Well, all right then. Lots happened.
This game is just fight, skirmish, fight.
Exactly.
And now we've got the side of ET.
Oh, here we go, Barak tossing down the ultimate, knocking up, but not really getting anything else out of it. There goes the Cataclysm, going back down into the ground. No more meteor crater, and wow, excitement across the board, but nothing happening out of that one. Instantly, just popping back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of skirmishing, right? Like, we're now just skirmishing. The gold lead has closed to like 2,500. Easy obviously got caught a little bit short there in that fight. Did give over 1,000 gold, but you know, I just see a world where like a better fight for Eclipsing Tides where they're not getting caught. Okay, Zon, just step on the trap that you saw, but you can obviously heal it all back
No
off.
Respect. No respect.
No respect. Peacemaker and Black Eyed Peas are here. Black Eyed Peas, by the way, making this kind of aggressive build, not rushing a tank item. When your team's only
do
tank,
believe I've heard through the it wouldn't be grapevine. What would Maokai have? I've heard it through some kind of vines that Maokai, if he doesn't have demonic, apparently feels awful for the clear. It's just
okay.
It's like
I understand that. As a Maokai apologist myself, I do like I see why you need the demonic. but you've really not been involved enough in the game, right? So like,
No.
there's got to be a world where you can do it. I mean, this Rift Herald is going to be a push.
They're
trying to get in. They are going to get it, but what is going to happen to them on the way out?
Easy popping over, missing the ultimate, and I mean, they stopped the secondary push here, but they do grab the tower, and they're just going to kind of walk away here, maybe grabbing topside scuttle in return. They're just ignoring it. Okay, well, I mean, like, yeah, move back down. One area that is definitely a point to mention here. We've got all the ultimates up. We've got a dragon fight happening here, and we have the counter to the Infernal happening in the Mountain Bird Drake being up here, and it looks like we're seeing a fight start to happen right now. Brock takes the ultimate over from Zond. We're going to wait to see how that's going to be used. Popped into the wall. Seraphine Ult pops and a whole lot of damage, but the real Seraphine Ult pops through and does a lot more in terms of pulling this one up. But backing over, we've got Cam and everyone just moving back, kiting, going back forward. Brock taking a huge amount of damage. Soraka trying to keep alive everyone on the team, but it's not enough. Old Man Genetics is being fronted on right now, while the Soraka is just looking to continue get back over here, as we see that the dragon is just kind of peppering over. Not that much as it is the mountain dragon, which is kind of counterintuitive. You think that chucking rocks out of your mouth would do a lot more. It's not really going to matter at this point here now. We do still have them hovering over, but in the mid lane, we have Old Man Genetics who's pushing over, looking to get something back in return, and it might just be ending up as a respect play here for a back, and nothing really ending up out of that outside of Eclipsing Tides grabbing a couple of kills.
This is a mess. This is an absolute mess. Both teams are just throwing everything they have at this. We're now leaving the dragon alone. You know, we're just now clearing wards, getting things to reset. Let Spy Kid get back up on the map.
It could be the big brain play, though.
They still want it.
Oh, okay. Well, they're just going to take it. They're just going to take it. They're looking to go. There's not really anything to contest them. The Maokai doesn't even have ult at this point. I'm pretty sure if Black Eyed Peas decides to walk up, it's kind of spelling doom for you. But maybe it was the big brain play, you know? They're like, oh, you know what? If we don't take it now, we can get another one of those fights, and we just won one of them. It didn't happen. Instead, they just got the dragon. So, I mean, like, realistically, nothing really happened, but I would say that, you know, net positive.
These fights are a mess. These are sloppy. Like, everyone's just throwing everything they've got. They're just trying to get in on that fight. We're throwing down team fight ultimates. We're stealing team fight ultimates. And one of these teams needs to find a clean angle to really set themselves apart in this game. I think the fact that that dragon went over to Eclipsing Tides kind of proves that they may be a little bit more ahead than some of them.
It is a lot to maneuver around, though, too. Like, even just the angles that need to be approached from either one of these teams. I was thinking about this in the draft portion itself, because they both have similar identities in terms of how they want to, like, achieve getting into starting the fights. And also with the way that they can disengage from these fights, it really does bring up the question of, if somebody gets to an objective first, who actually is going to be better? Is there's going to be the person who can engage over onto it, or is it going to be the team that is going to be able to just absorb the pressure and then, you know, Uno reverse card? And we saw that in the last fight. I'm looking over to what's going to happen at the next one here, because, oh boy, as we speak about that, but we know Cam doesn't care. Both of them. There we go! Hello, how's it going? But the next fight that actually will end up mattering a lot for not having that circumstance matter is actually the Baron, where those resistances will be shredded to whoever decides to start on it first. And if you can recognize that and use that to your advantage, we might see the team that goes in after actually taking the win here. But I think for right now, in this moment, it's so bad to just front on anyone here. Peacemaker goes down instantly. Old Man Genetics looking to follow next here, as well as Black Eyed Peas, who goes first. Yeah, Easy really showing that he believes in his namesake and that this is an easy game for him.
Yeah, that was a silly defense. I mean, you just know how much damage Easy's going to do to the tower, and you're just not able to do it. They are, of course, going to run through and just take the Baron off that. EX is down a level on Kramer, but seems to be playing this one quite nicely, able to hook shot away as well. And while you know where Kramer is on the map, you know that Old Man Genetics is low. This could be the freest Baron.
It definitely might. Yeah, it's looking like it right now. I think that you're kind of SOL if you really want to think that you can go in through here. But I mean, I've seen worse things happen. Oh man, imagine the tactic at that. No. We wound up getting it over. Eclipsing Tides taking the first Baron of the series and of the game, and just going to be recalling to reset here and collect on their gold advantage that they have here. Yeah, a lot to be spent over, and you can see the advantages are kind of all across the board right now. Yeah, like your support right now is 2K gold up in Zon Lilac.
Yeah, I mean the big thing for me is like just look at the difference in the AD carries, right? Like
Oh, yeah.
I really believed in the Caitlyn. I thought the Caitlyn was a good pick, but I don't think Old Man Genetics played it particularly correctly in lane, and it is looking to be down about 4,000 gold. So Caitlyn from behind is not my favorite AD carry. You know, the levels as well are not looking good for the side of CB Rangers, right? You know, you've got like a level 30, or let's go bottom up, right? You got a level advantage in support, you've got 2 levels in the AD carry, you've got 3 levels in the mid lane, 1 level in the top lane, and actually you're down a level in the top. But yeah, I don't think that's actually the biggest issue, because the build just feels a lot stronger for the side of this Camille, you know, being able to play something aggressive like the Divine Sundera into the more defensive Jack Show option of this Olaf. So even though you may be down in level, you definitely still have more damage and can kind of tank bust a little bit with the Sundera. So Kramer, you know, is in a great position to maybe fight alone, maybe needs a little bit of help, but as soon as people turn up, it becomes a very unfair fight. This is the old
Brock
school,
getting onto the backside here, easy having a flash,
okay.
and immediately getting launched over onto, though. The peel is there, and Cam's over on the backside just launching over, and Old Man Genetics taking a chunk as he tried to walk forward just even slightly. Wow, once again, you can't really step onto them. It's not allowed right now, okay?
Yeah, I mean, we've got the line of traps from Old Man Genetics, but it's not going to stop the minions, right? The big thing here is let the cannon do the work, and once the cannon does the work...
if it did, it'd be worse for them, so...
Yeah, like, once the cannon does the work, it's going to cause problems. Easy, by the way, is so confident at 10-1 and 3, is just trying to make picks alone, just fronting on a Maokai, so clearly feeling good. Catches Old Man Genetics.
Tower.
Yeah, this is looking rough for the side of CB Rangers, who are now down about 8,000 gold. So,
and you can't approach them. Like we've seen it again and again. You can't really approach into this team if you are just gonna hold this area. Vigar, okay, let's talk literally for the next game at this point now. Vigar needs to go. It cannot be allowed going into these fights here because it's allowed to delay so much. Seraphine was already a problem, but you need to recognize either that certain picks cannot be had, because it being a flex pick definitely showed that you know, you can hide over the easy pick. Cam going down, as I mentioned, that's a caster curse for sure. But they are going to be taking over from this bot tower here and maybe looking to push out a little bit more. They did grab the dragon as well here too. But yeah, it's just... It allowed them to get to this point where they were able to pivot into this Varus, and this Varus is not something we've seen from Easy yet, and it just really adds to the whole idea of he can play anything. Honestly, you know, I'm not anything that he plays at this point is not gonna fight. Yeah, he's gonna end up playing like a Zir in the bot lane the next thing you know, and you know, I'm gonna be like, yeah, no, he's got it, he'll be good.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing here is like the draft has really kind of confused CB Rangers, right? Like. And I have to wonder, like, how much tape did they watch between this week and last week? And that's maybe actually a trap, because obviously Eclipsing Tides did really well with Easy on the Vigar last week, so they assumed it was a bot lane. They banned around that, and now they may be getting punished for it. I think the other thing that's intriguing me about this game is I don't feel Spiked or Black Eyed Peas have really been that involved. It feels like very lane-centric matchups. And I think getting a jungler involved, particularly on the side of CB Rangers, is going to be the way to go throughout this. So... tough beats for them right now, but you know, we now got to make these desperation plays, right? We're now just
and even
picking
this
off
is a desperation
EX, who is going to
here.
hook shot away.
Yeah, casually just walking away at this point here, hooks over onto the wall, and once again we have Zond Lilac, who you know what, if as much as I can praise Easy for what he's done here, I mean we've seen it kind of pop back and forth between on how it's going for Zond here, but clearing the vision pretty often here, and enough so to where Barak has no idea that there's anything that's actually happening here. Once again, just clearing out more, completely dominating that vision game over and over again, and not really allowing anything to really happen on the map. I will say as well too, Barak should definitely not have been up that far, and I'll also give praise to Barak too on the flip side of this as well too. It's not easy to play into Easy or into these games in particular. You're kind of your primary engage for the team right now. And it doesn't look like it feels good.
Yeah, I mean the big thing here, right, is like Eclipsing Tides doing a really good job of just being able to push up that top lane, which is going to add an extra pressure to the side of CB Rangers when they try and like defend the Baron, right? Like they're not gonna have an easy time defending the Baron and being able to get into that side. Cam gets the teleport top for free, no issue there. There is a miss on the pick, but Black Eyed Peas still takes poke, which is going to be annoying.
I mean, the other portion of this here as well, too, is just like, you know that the Baron's coming up and you want to grab Vision, but trying to grab Vision is so scary at this point here. Constantly just fighting over like a couple of wards right now.
Caught.
Oh, Black Eyed Peas getting caught out, but like the amount of harass that is going over, like that's your tank. Your tank is at half health because he walked up to a Vigar slightly. That's painful.
Yeah, it's a tough beat for the side of CB Rangers. No real engage available. There's going to be EX going back. Does, of course, have the teleport. And right now, I mean, they're just clearing waves, trying to keep them away from the base. I think the side of Vigar, Seraphine, and Jarvan are going to be able to deal with this. There is no Easy, but that also means that if they do decide to hard engage to try and stop this, Easy is going to be kind of already naturally in a backwards position, which feels like a much better position for this Varus. So let's see if ET want to take this Baron. If they take this Baron, I want to see them try and end the game, just because it's going to get bloody. I can sense that CB Rangers are desperate to make this play. And yeah, I mean, they're pushing up very aggressively too.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see here some game audio stuff kind of stuff here, but Krava goes forward, taking it out over there, trying to get to the backline, locking over the entire team though into this. But it looks like it's just, I can't even tell what's happening at this point. There's just a lot of damage that's going back and forth. The entire area is cleared, and wow, okay, hold on. Eclipsing Tides just are suddenly dead?
Yeah, I mean, they just let Kramer run at them. Kramer popped the ult. There was nothing that could stop it. Between Cam, between Zon Lilac, between Easy, nothing was stopping them. They're now running it down mid, to be polite, and this could be an end. We're still looking at,
you don't have anybody
9 seconds on Zon Lilac. As soon as
in
the wave
a
crashes,
moment,
it's done. It's done.
They tell you.
They
tell you that an aneurysm can kill you at any point, and that's a really scary thing to bring up at the end of the game. But I will tell you right now that I was not expecting this death to happen, as the first game between Eclipsing Tides and CB Rangers in this finals goes with a win to CB Rangers after they were just, well, not winning?
CB Rangers have pulled out a moment of magic there, and I did believe their team could do it. Mad respect to Kramer, who pops the ult early, doesn't get caught by any of the spells, and is just able to play this game out. They were losing that game. There is no doubt in my mind that they were losing that game, and the gold diff before they pivoted into that was brutal. But CB Rangers, with their comp, with, as I called out before, the slight amount of pick that their comp has caused the problem. They stole the ults that they needed on the side of Barok and Silas and were able to play this game. So mad respect to the CB Rangers finding that win condition. And you know what? They took it. They won the game with a gold deficit.
I feel like I blinked and suddenly I was watching a different game. I'll be honest. It's like it was like every moment. Don't get me wrong. I understand how it happened. It's just how quickly it happened was very surprising.
Right now, you cannot. Kramer was silently just ahead all game, right? Silently ahead, sitting in side lanes, pushing. They pissed away resources on Kramer. They pissed away big ults on Kramer, and he got to run them down and take them out. So a massive win for the side of CB Rangers there, even though, you know, they had a tough game, they had a good draft. Once everything came through, they were able to play that one out. So Eclipsing Tides, damn, back to the drawing board, because this comp, it fell apart. There was no tank.
It did fall apart, but it was almost like it was just, it fell apart very quickly. I don't know necessarily if it was the comp itself. I definitely say it. I mean, it worked. It was just the maybe the ease that they were trying to go about it over at the end portion there, and not respecting. Definitely not respecting, because getting into that moment is very difficult. To kind of back away and understand, like, oh, they can still win. Maybe the momentum's kind of hitting you at that point. But once again, momentum is what this is about to begin with. And if we're going to have that conversation, we could talk all about the damage that was pulled over. Unfortunately, my stat pull wasn't launched initially from when I was running that one. So we'll have to talk about how much damage was actually propped over, and it was actually relatively even in comparison to what you might expect, with Easy pulling over 20k, Cam pulling over 18 on his side, but Grandma actually did a lot in that game. 18k damage popped over just from being in that sideline portion, and yeah, I guess it was really just the items got to the point where it was relevant, and just wow, it was just the full 5 dying at that point was really what sealed the deal. But going forward, we still need to talk about this being a series, and we'll have our things to mention, but I definitely want to be taking it to a quick break as well here too, for one, to be able to fix up some of the stat pool stuff. But the other side that I can definitely mention from there is that, you know, we've had a fantastic time so far. Maybe you've enjoyed watching Divinity League, Titan Esports in general. Maybe you've enjoyed seeing Dawes. He's English. I'm not. Like, I speak it, but not properly. And I will say, if you do want to sign up as well, too, you know, maybe you look at these games as a good example, because Eclipsing Tides and CB Rangers are 0-1 in favor right now for CB Rangers, and we're going to have to see how that ends up going into this next game. See you soon. Welcome back. We're here again, and we get to see what's going to be happening in Game 2. Oh boy, but I definitely want to have a very quick discussion about our thoughts on Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to the CB Rangers comp, right? They had a nasty team fight comp around grouping. That is what Maokai does. And I think at some point, I think you mentioned it in the broadcast, like, Eclipsing Tides are very comfortable. They've been winning a lot of fights. And it just felt like they kind of forgot about that, right? Like, they grouped around the Baron. They then took that Baron and were like, oh, well, we're not going to take it now. We want to get you first. They then walked into the mid lane as a group. And, CB Rangers were like, okay, cool. We're fine with that. Threw down what their comp can do. And a bit of a misstep.
They showcased it. They showcased what they could do. It was a lot because it was the one kind of swift sweep to the leg that kind of brought the victory over to him, put him in a body bag. But then, we're back up. We're looking at Game 2, and they've burst out of the body bag, and it looks like we're going to go swinging into it. As far as it goes, what do you not want to see outside of, you're taking CB Rangers' side. So, I mean, like, you want to see what they pulled off. I don't want to see Eclipsing Tides group up all together into a little ball that can just get, locked into a cataclysm, because that was, I couldn't even comprehend what was happening at that time.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I really want to see is, like, I don't know if I want to see Eclipsing Tides try this, like, big pivot, right, in the draft again, because, like, it worked for a bit, but then there was also, like, a nasty pivot out of CB Rangers. Like,
yeah.
I think just drafting, like, straight up is probably the way to go. Taking a powerful pick, taking, like, a big pick for easy. Like, yes, the Varus was good, but the Varus was great until the Olaf just ran through it all. And that's where, like, there's got to be something else for the side of Easy and Zonlila.
Yeah.
Like, just take that pick. Like, take something that wins. They won the lane. Like, Easy
I think if
far ahead.
I agree with you to a degree. I think that the way that they drafted was fine. I think the concept of it was fine. We're getting into the draft, which is what matters. But what I do want to see is I want to see Eclipsing Tides put Easy onto a consistent damage threat, and I don't want to see full burst. Realistically, I think that was like the game was explosive because the champions that they brought, what they could do was explosive. You didn't really have anything to deal with that Olaf to chunk him out, right? I mean, like, realistically, the only thing was we try to burst him down, but Jackshow doesn't really let you do that. So we need to see a leveled playing field in terms of the types of the ways that damage can be brought over into those fights. Vikar's already taken on the table. We're not getting a repeat of that one because it did cause a lot of problems, even with the draft portion for how CB Rangers needed to read it. What's the read on this right now? I get the Olaf as well too.
Yeah, I mean, taking that away from the side of CB Rangers is very, very important. I think CB Rangers being able to, give that to Kramer and just let him be like this end game threat was absolutely huge. But here's the thing: when you drop the Olaf ban, you give up. I don't know. There's a lot that you got to take away from Kramer right now. Just looking at his stats on the side, you got the Gwen, you got the Jax, you got this Renekton that's also been really big as well. The Vi taking away for Eclipsing side, Wukong. All right, let's play the jungle matchup. I like this. I think now you've got rid of the Veigar, you've got rid of the pivot. Let's play honestly. Also, the Jarvan was just left, which I know is a big pick for the side of Eclipsing Tides. That's one of Spy Kids' favorites, along
Sivir
with the
taken away
Wukong.
last time. It's out there now. Okay. Yeah, Jarvan was taken away beforehand. You're right on the jungle matchups. We're going to have to see how this is going to be picked up here. What's going to be paired with Sivir in the second rotation? Is if we're going to be a support, or are we going to be grabbing the next jungle here as well too? It's kind of unsure, but it is the Jarvan. You're right. We do have that next here, and there we go. We see our jungle matchup immediately.
Yeah, Jarvan Wukong's actually a really interesting matchup because here's the thing: if the Jarvan catches, like, let's talk team fight. If the Jarvan catches the Wukong after he's used the clone, that side, like that Wukong spin, is just trapped in there. Yes, it's going to hurt the Jarvan, but it's keeping it away from your team. And that is obviously one of Wukong's best tools to get into a fight. So as soon as you drop that, like you start running into problems. This is the Aphelios for easy. This is something I think is way, way better. A 70% win rate in solo queue this year.
That is, I don't know if you might have looked into some of the history of Easy's account, but at one point, and actually, if you look at Easy's name in for League, I'm pretty sure it is Aphelios. it's like his riot tag. He used to be an Aphelios one trick. Which is what led him into playing all these other 80 carries, and now we've got Aphelios and a Rise pulled out. Two very strong, consistent. Okay, I said consistent damage. You don't need to double it down with two very, like, just very much only consistent damage lockdowns. It is something that is a strong pick. Don't get me wrong, but you also need to respect that Jarvan was already on the table, and he's kind of scary for Rise to go into. Ari.
Okay, so here's my concern with the Aphelios, Rise, and Wukong. I feel like a lot of these have issues with the Jarvan, right? And like my big issue with CB Rangers game last game was Black Eyed Peas wasn't getting around the map enough. Like, as a Maokai, I love to get in lanes, love to gank, love to like cause problems. But now you've got the go button of Sivir, which is going to power up the two picks you've just made. And then, you know, if either of these two get jumped on, that is a huge damage threat slipped away real quick. So, not sure how that one is going to play out. The bans are coming through, obviously, and Lulu to take that away from the side of Eclipsing Tides, take that away from Zon Lilac.
Okay, so I'm taking it back. Well, I mean, like, I'm gonna have to do some percussive maintenance on the stream here while I'm casting. But Aphelios is not actually locked in. It's Zeri. I need to mention that.
Okay. So, all right.
Yeah.
I mean, still the same idea, right?
Yeah.
It's like, you know, an AD carry that can carry the game, like, very, very clearly. You know, very, very interesting, but also, you know, has mobility, but once that spell is gone, it is really done. So, I do think these picks are big. CP Rangers taking away a lot from Zon Lilac. Zon Lilac did really, really well in game number 1, so being able to take away some of those options is good. It's going to be a tough one. The last ban is, of course, going for Eclipsing Tides. You know, we're looking at top, we're looking at support, maybe. Probably going to be a double top lane ban, but, you know, you take away Jax. Oh, an Ashe gone away, which is interesting because you've already picked an AD carry, so you left all the supports up.
/ caster of all time. Here we go. I'll toss you over there. Look, we got Zeri on the screen.
Hey. Honestly, it feels the same to me. Yes, you can dash over the wall of Java, and like I know that, but it doesn't feel like the biggest pick. Ooh, I love a Rel. Haven't seen a Rel in a while, and this whole like run you down go button comp is going to get even better with the Rel paired with that Sivir.
Definitely is. I want to see some disengage over on Eclipsing Tides. It says we need some solid, like Wukong does it. Don't get me wrong. Wukong definitely can disengage from a lot, but we need some dedicated disengage that can happen over here if we're actually going to be seeing some form of success, because right now, okay, Janna's good. I like the Janna, don't get me wrong. I want to see a Poppy, though. I seriously want to see Poppy going against them in this comp. I think that it would actually be fairly solid. I would rather see a Poppy top, I'll be honest. Okay. But heck, we can even throw Wukong over into the top lane at this point, and you could flex the Poppy in the jungle, but there's too many dashes, and I do need to feel... Malphite? I don't know. I don't like that one. The only person that you really want to dive into right now over onto CB Rangers is the Sivir, but Sivir has a spell shield. It's not going to be exactly easy to catch out the Ahri, and now from the flip side, you can just kind of look at the Malphite and do a you can just do something that just helps for disengage and engage, or an
EX isn't winning this lane. Like this lane is done. Top lane is neutral. Top lane is over. It's really rough here. Like
it'll be good for picks. It'll be good for picks.
Ornn's just gonna power up this team, and like you want to go late game, you got to deal with the Zeri and the Rise late game. Okay, you've got Sivir, and then you've got the ornaments. And I think the ornaments, the fact that you can hit the point where all of your team is ornamented up, is going to be really nasty. I mean, the only concern is like Ahri's the big AP carry here, but the AP carry can get away from a lot of stuff. Like if she can get away and out of distance of the Rise, like there's a lot to work on.
It will be difficult for Ahri to be as effective onto the target that needs to be hit, though. Like, Zarya, we'll give some credit over here. Zarya is definitely a champion that is slippery. And we know that one's for sure. So we could definitely see difficulties on that end. The issue that I have more than anything else, though, is just Malphite is not really a winning lane here. We have Sivir and Rel who. Nothing's really going to happen, but Sivir wants to hit the late game and just wants to throw down a bunch. You have dive focus from the Eclipsing Tides comp in the Wukong and now in the Malphite for the back end here onto the Sivir, who I guess can do the damage. The only area where I will give some credit in here is that the damage profile and the amount that can actually be thrown out from CB Rangers is not as high, but that's it. Everything else, the tools that they have are more than enough for if they can get the lockdown and they can take somebody out, they have enough to be able to clear out the rest of the house.
Yeah, I think this draft has been quite clearly won by CB Rangers. I don't know. The Janna as well is like, if you get the Jarvan coming down from CB Rangers, like the Janna can only really block one direction, right? Like can either take away the bot lane or can take away the Jarvan, and that is how I think this game's gonna go. So I mean, it's up to Eclipsing Tides. They played really well. I did think they struggled in the last draft, but they proved me wrong. So it's up to them to prove me wrong again.
For sure. And we're going to have to see how they're going to be proven wrong over the course of this game, because the last game was explosive in the way that it ended. This game, there's a little bit more potential for it to kind of be matched up. But I mean, once again, we still have a lot of like just press to go buttons kind of go in from CB Rangers. Eclipsing Tides doesn't really have quite as much of that. They can pull it off of like the rotations, but the areas that are kind of concerning is that the early game is very clearly in CB Rangers' front, but then also they have the late game secure. Eclipsing Tides, they've got way more into the late game bucket, and I don't know how well that's going to match up if they just don't win the early game to make that kind of work. That's my one area of concern. I'm rooting for you, but I will say that you're making your game very difficult.
Yeah, this is a very interesting comp, and I think the best thing to do is let them get in the game and let them play the lane out.
Well, we'll need to see how it goes. We might be grabbing it over here. Zem is back from Gary, Indiana. He survived. He'll be on the cast. You don't need to hear me anymore. That's all I'm mentioning. We'll see you soon as we get into game here with Eclipsing Tides and CB Rangers. Game 2. Who's going to win?
All right, everybody, thank you for joining us here for Game 2. I have finally subbed in for Lucan as I just got off of a plane, back to Jersey, back to my house, to make it in time for this finals matchup between CBR and Eclipsing Tides. I don't have no idea what happened in first game, Daz. If you want to give me a quick little SparkNote version.
Yeah, I can sum it up. Basically, Eclipsing Tides, how do I put this gently? Made a whoopsie at the end of the game. They were winning the game quite comprehensively. They were up in gold. They were up across the map. And, they then grouped up as 5. And the composition of CB Rangers, including a Silas, which stole a Serafino ult, along with a Maokai ult from Black Eyed Peas, were able to start running down the side of Eclipsing Tides. And then Kramer just ran through all the CC when he was playing Olaf. So it caused a lot of problems. And even with a couple thousand gold deficit, it was the side of CB Rangers that took that one and kind of put the momentum entirely in their favor. So their draft looks a lot better this game. I will say Easy was popping off early in that game, but just wasn't able to convert it into a win.
So basically what I'm hearing is the old Scar special. They were winning until they weren't.
Oh, yeah. They were winning. So they teased the Baron. They teased the Baron, and they were like, no, we'll go mid and take a fight. And then, of course, the side of CB Rangers was like, oh, well, we have a better team fight than you, and we can run through your CCs. So, it caused a lot of problems. This top lane is going to be very different to last game, where we had Camille versus Olaf. And now we've got Malphite versus Ornn. So, very different.
I think each team is like, all right, we'll let you get one. You know what I mean? It's like, it's best of 5. We'll let you play the game one time. After that, it's back to the meat shields. It's back to weak side.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing here is that I think Kramer provides a lot of value. And the one thing Kramer did really well in game 1 was being able to just stay in the game as Olaf. Was up levels on EX, who was on the Camille. And caused a lot of problems there. We've got this bloody mid lane where everyone's just trying to fight and poke. The bot lane has changed. Last bot lane was super poke heavy, super problematic in that way. But Kramer, able to get the knock up there, but taking a turret shot for his troubles. That is the curse of the top laner right there.
Yeah, and it looks like we might have some jungle interference if Spy Kid wants to get in. If Old Man Genetics and Peacemaker do not back off, and there is Spy Kid going in for the gank. Old Man Genetics trying to get out to safety. Can Peacemaker keep it here? Yes, he does stand right in front, and so Sivir is able to get out there. Jarvan is also in the area, so if they continue to pursue this, they will get punished by Black Eyed Peas, excuse me. Cam is out of mana up in the mid lane, so they are really just fighting back and forth early on. No kills yet. 3.5 minutes in here, and it looks like they're going to be saved from that gank from Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, the Wukong gank was good, but it just wasn't enough. And Old Man Genetics being able to get away without any of those summoners blown as well is really, really big there. A nice gank pulled off by Spy Kid, but just wasn't quite the right angle. Was a little bit too close to the turret. And maybe a little bit greedy. Looking down at the farm, I mean, of course, there is a big farm lead already of, about 10 into the top side for Kramer. Slight farm lead for the side of Black Eyed Peas. A little farm lead for the side of Burrock. It is going to be pretty even in the bot lane, though, but the slight differentiator is those supports. Peacemaker being able to contribute, of course, with that item choice. So being able to help out there, meaning they are getting good in gold. This is Black Eyed Peas, with the lane gank.
Black Eyed Peas is sitting in the bush. They have not seen him yet, obviously, and if the lane pushed up far enough, he's not in vision. This is really smart if he wants to stay. However, if this does not work out, this is a lot of wasted time on the map for the Jarvan, which is a champion that can really actually do a lot of stuff early on and facilitate some of those other lanes. It looks like he's going to start that recall, so actually, not a lot happening. Old Man Genetics, this has to be a trap, right? They see, Sivir walking up. Surely there's a reason for it. And the flash from Old Man Genetics does not do anything, just wasting that cooldown. Black Eyed Peas just has to walk away slowly. And yeah, that's an even worse disaster of how the gank ended.
Yeah, I mean, the gank was just a lot of time there to not get what was needed, right? You do have to come back, and this is something I called out in game number 1, right? Is the junglers never really came back, and as soon as that gank happened, and obviously there was a lot of damage done onto Black Eyed Peas, it's just a quick pivot over to the dragon for Eclipsing Tides. So this could be them picking it up, but the first dragon, as we saw in game number 1, doesn't mean anything in this game. So a lot of resources being spent here. There's, of course, time as well where, Old Man Genetics, Peacemaker can catch up a little bit on that CS. But the first dragon does seem to be going pretty comfortably over to Eclipsing Tides.
Yeah, and so that will be the first dragon, the Hextech Dragon for Eclipsing Tides on this end, taken in sub 6 minutes, so very early on into this game 2. They're taking it. Krama gets the pop up into EX, so he's gonna keep fighting it here. He's unstoppable. Are you gonna be able to win this against the Malphite?
No.
There's a lot of, I was gonna say, I don't think you will. Malphite's got a little more AP usually than the Ornn early on, and the flash is used by EX to get out to safety away from Black Eyed Peas. Flashing from Peacemaker, he gets it.
Right.
The Q from Zon Lilac is going to slow them down a little bit, but Sivir gets first blood. EX is killed in the top lane as well. That's 2 kills at the same time for CB Rangers.
That's a big swing of momentum for CB Rangers, finding that play in the bot lane. Peacemaker playing it beautifully, going in, of course, forced the dash out of easy, but was still in range for the ignite and was still in range for Old Man Genetics to be able to finish that one off. That top lane fight was weird and extended in the tri-brush, but it did mean that EX was a little bit out of resources. That then meant that, of course, the follow-up from the side of Black Eyed Peas and Burrock was going to be impactful, and now Old Man Genetics being able to spell shield that already is just going to be able to start picking up a plate for their troubles as well.
Yeah, but now that spell shield is down for 20 seconds and Rise has ult, so he's in the area. Peacemaker has to stun him to get out to save you, saying, let them focus me, Sivir, you need to get out of here. It's okay if the support dies. That was a nice gank by Cam, but now Burrock is in the area trying to ult here on Ari. Can he do anything? Sivir back in the fight. She goes all the way around the river, and Old Man Genetics picks up another kill. Now Burrock is going to kill Ari, so it might have overstayed your welcome, might have just wanted to pop 1 Q and walk away, but he is not going to die here in this fight. Still level 5, so no ultimate. Might have been able to change some of the scenarios, unfortunately, but the AD carry with that lessened experience is not going to have the ult available.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big thing as well that we saw in game number 1, Joe, just to fill you in. Is like there was a lot of fights that just didn't need to be taken on the side of both teams in that last game. And this is looking kind of like the reverse of game number 1, right? Where one of the AD carries is super far ahead. This time it's Old Man Genetics picking up and just finishing off 2 kills, now 2-0. Is feeling really good. The junglers still don't feel as involved as I'd like them to be, and they're still working on it. Spike though, is getting over to the top side. Kramer's clearing out a ward, does have vision on this, but the collapse just isn't there from the side of CB Rangers. This is going to need probably the Ornn Horn to stop it, but it's just not going to happen. So a free Rift Herald, free Dragon being given over, but Kramer...
Rella's in the area, so is Ari. They're going to go after Wukong, call the Forge God, completely whiffing because Spy Kids flashed away, but Rella's going to continue pushing on to Cam, gets the stun. Burrock cannot go any forward thanks to the Rise stopping there, so no kills, and Spy Kid is able to walk away with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Spike is doing really good there to pick up the objectives, and this does reveal, of course, that Old Man Genetics is going to be alone in the bot lane, so a lot of poke, a lot of harass coming through from the side of Easy and Zon Lilac. Peacemaker's making his way back down, but this is not going to be an easy time for the clear. Black Eyed Peas is really far away from what was that objective. Easy's already dashed.
He's already, I was going to say, already used the dash. Black Eyed Peas is smelling the kill, I should say. Kind of delirious as I look at that 3rd kill of the game for Old Man Genetics. And Spell Shield used perfectly in that moment against Zon Lilac. You gotta watch out. Gotta watch out for Spy Kid in the area. Gonna just back off with his support, and now we're up back in the top lane to watch these guys go at it. But that is yet another kill for the Sivir.
Yeah, Old Man Genetics is getting really far ahead this game, and that is going to be a big problem. They're just shoving the wave under. This is, of course, going to clear up some of that CS. Spike is still here. Spike does have access to the ultimate and could play it nicely with Easy, but another plate is probably exactly what's in the target. Kramer starting to bully EX a little bit, is able to pick up a good chunk on that plate, and that could also, yep, there's 160 gold coming over.
Yeah, I also, by the way, as I meant to say, smelt blood in the water, but I'm still kind of delirious from my traveling here today. So hopefully, it was. Well, wait, were you not aware of what happened this weekend? I was stuck in Chicago.
I knew about your travel out, but your travel back was clean, right?
For the most part, it was just a lot of like waiting around, like a lot of hours of waiting around. So
well, I can tell you, my flight back last night, Joe, was supposed to leave at 7:50. It didn't leave at 7:50. I made it back to Orlando by got back to Orlando by 12.
Oh wow!
And they text me that my original flight was still leaving. And I received a text saying, "Would you like your hotel and meal vouchers at 1:30 this morning?" So the pivot of flight was the real play here.
Yes, that was the flex that you made was the right call. I'm very proud of you in that. You swapped roles. You know.
Yeah, I did. That said, thinking of swapping around, it was the first dragon going over to the side of Eclipsing Tides. It's now the second dragon going to the side of CB Rangers, and I don't think there's anything Eclipsing Tides can do about this, as they do let that Chemtech dragon just roll on over. So it's a Hextech and a Chemtech, two new ones a couple of seasons ago, just being shared there. Just looking down the map, though, I mean, it's pretty even. Across the board, it's like pretty close in the top lane with a kill differential going over Kramer. It's going to be very even with some assists going onto the side of Black Eyed Peas. It's going to be real even when it comes to the side of the mid lane. But the big difference is, yes, Old Man Genetics is down on CS, but he's up 3 kills. So, yeah, those numbers do be math in.
They do even out over, and arguably actually into Old Man Genetics' favor. I also do want to point out it is the Ocean Soul and the Ocean Rift this time around for this game too. So things, I'm just immediately looking at. I feel like that has some pretty higher value on CBR side compared to ET, but I could be wrong, Does. I don't know what your opinion on it is.
I think that's true. I mean, I think Ocean on Ornn, Ocean on Jarvan, Ocean on Rel is just really impactful. Like, Ocean is obviously good on Malphite, is good on Wukong, but it definitely feels like that could be a big one. And the plates have been falling for the side of CB Rangers. I mean, this gold lead is only at 800 now. But, between the kills, between the gold, it just feels like they're in a really good position. Now they're making this awkward bait for Easy. They don't want to just let the wave push in naturally. But as soon as Easy leaves, I think this could be a really nasty turn to just pick up those plates. But it seems we're just handshaking the backs.
And Easy does not fall for the bait. They're all sitting in that bush, and you think, oh, juicy wave for me. Nobody here is in the lane, but Easy is better than that, realizing, hey, I don't see 3 of the members on the map. They might be in the area somewhere, so it's better to just recall and lose that farm. This does, however, let Old Man Genetics push, and one thing Sivir does, arguably better than any other ADC in the game, is push waves, so she's able to get those minions under and try to get as many turret plates as you can with the last 45 seconds before the turret plating goes down.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, the Sivir's a great pushing champion. Is, of course, only 8 CS back, but you got to look at the Rel that's also been contributing to that count as well. So feeling really good. EX is in an interesting position. Does know that things are a little bit dangerous here. Is walking over.
Is Black Eyed Peas? He's 2 levels down. I was gonna say the EX would have probably been kind of okay in a fight just like that, even with the cloth armor being built. It has this sheen as well, so he's not at his mythic power spike yet because he decided, EX decided, I should say, to get the tier 2 boots first, and Ryzolt is used here with the Cyclone pop on Wukong's end. Rel with magnetism trying to get them off, but it's not going to help. She is going to be killed here by Cam. Ryze gets that money 2-0. The charm landing though, and Wukong will not make it out alive as Barak is able to get that. We do have the fight up here in top lane. Neither of them are going to be able to fight. The only one that has EX is the only one that has a teleport if he wanted to TP down to the bot lane to continue this fight. Barak, what are you doing? The ultimate gonna use that one last charge of it, but you're just in the face. It was a bait. It was a bait. Black Eyed Peas Cataclysm doesn't kill anybody, but it keeps them all in the area. Old Man Genetics, one more auto will get it. The shutdown for the ADC, and now the other ADC gets killed again. Another kill, a triple kill for Old Man Genetics here in the bot lane.
Yeah, they call Barak a teenage boy because that is a masturbator if I've ever seen one. Just absolutely luring in the 3 of Eclipsing Tides. They think they've got the...
Oh, sorry, sweet baby Jesus.
Oh dear. They think they've got the fight, but they do not as soon as the side of Black Eyed Peas turns up. I'm sorry to put that on you, Joe.
Oh my God. I know Lucan, our producer in the background, is just, I think he probably fell out of his chair laughing so hard. from that joke.
Oh dear, I apologize. I apologize to everyone in chat, but dear me, it's true. You can't argue it when it's true.
Now, you know who should apologize? The 0-4 Zeri in this matchup, allowing Sivir to be 6-0 15 minutes into the game. This is one of the things I typed it in chat, because obviously I wasn't in the call with you guys for the draft, but I really wasn't feeling Zon Lilac's Janna pick here. I wanted a stronger tank or a more supportive like meat shield to stand in front of Zeri, because Sivir and Ahri and Jarvan and Rel are all kind of running into the area, and Janna just has the one Howling Gale, and you hope it kind of works, but it really just deters you for half a second, and you just keep pushing forward. I would have much rather seen Braum or Alistar or, you know, something else like that, or even Thresh with the Flay as well.
Yeah, and there was other choices there that could have been made, so interesting build, but yeah, looks like the Ocean Soul stacking is going to be the continued option for the CB Rangers here. I mean, they're still only like 2,000 gold up, which isn't huge at this point, but it definitely feels good. But Old Man Genetics has been on a tear this game. Definitely putting, you know, I'd rather be 6-0-1 than 0-4-3 when it comes to the AD carries. And the CB Rangers definitely have that killer instinct. Here's Barok again. Oh my goodness!
Wow, the kill goes over to Sivir, but that was all Balrog's doing with the charm onto Zon Lilac. Now, Eclipsing Tides are without their support for another little bit here. Can they try to push down this mid lane tier 1 turret?
Yeah, I mean, the mid lane's going. The mid lane's done with the help of Kramer, and being able to pop that is a big problem. And they're committing so many people on the side of Eclipsing Tides to take this top lane. This is Peacemaker just vibing.
Oh, he's TPing. He's TPing into the tier 2 to push them off.
Okay, he's TPing, but they're just walking away. EX has got a long way to go on a Malphite. I know the rough distance on that, and that is a little bit too far.
Yeah, he did have flash. If EX wanted to, you could have flash ulted. However, the issue is the rest of Eclipsing Tides would not be in range to follow up unless they also flashed in that spot. So kind of didn't want to waste the summoner spell. I kind of understand it.
Oh,
however,
okay.
Black Eyed Peas gets over the wall, gets pushed away actually from their team. Has to just try to walk back. And Zeri getting a kill here. Zeri getting any amount of gold would be gigantic for Easy and for Eclipsing Tides' chances in this match. But the answer is no. Black Eyed Peas walks away. They do get the tier 1, and are they going to be able to get a second charge from Shelly here? Yes, actually just barely at the end. Not going to take the turret, but bring it down to half.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a big counterplay from the side of, you know, Eclipsing Tides being able to get a big value Shelly. They're all grouped up, though, and this is going to be a tough one. They
all ulted into Ornn and then just walked away from Ornn's own direction, and he got out for free.
Yeah, I feel like Eclipsing Tides are feeling the pinch now, right? Like, they know that they're down in this game.
Just have one guy stay on that side, and it's like he either goes left and we catch him, or he goes right towards his base and we catch him too.
Yeah, Kramer's done well here. I mean, Kramer's down on levels, which is like kind of surprising on the Ornn. A little bit down in CS, but I think he's putting in a lot more work here. I mean, the big focus, I do like that the Malphite's gone with that Frozen Fist. We'll, of course, be able to deal with Old Man Genetics. But as you said earlier, there's a spell shield in Old Man Genetics, and that gives you windows that you can ult in. So that's a big problem here. You know, just being able to cause those problems. Mythics are done across the board, with the exception of Peacemaker. It's a bit of a shock, but Peacemaker's been still able to do a lot of work with exactly what is left.
Hey, Daz, I'm just curious, how much % armor do you think Sivir is shredding from the Janna, the Zeri, or the Ryze currently 19 minutes into the game?
Don't, Joe. I know you've
you can get away with it because you're 7-0, but what value is it providing right now with the one item Malphite?
Yeah, I mean, this is Lord Dominic's second hate camp, if you want to cast it. That's actually what our
that's what our group chat's called.
Yeah, our group chat's just called LDR second hate camp. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's silly. I think there's definitely a world where, you know, Old Man Genetics could push this, but it's like you see the Malphite, so I guess it makes sense. But that, I mean, let's be honest. That's the only criticism we can have of Genetics this game, right? Is
like, for sure, he's playing phenomenally, but sometimes in life you can get away with things when you have an advantage like that. When you're 7-0, the Lord Doms is not going to punish you the same as if you build it second item, let's say next game, and you're 1-2. Krama, the disrespect. He's just in the area waiting around, kind of not caring. That was very silly.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bold play. You know, just obviously you're waiting for the pop of the Demolish there, but I don't love that. And now the fact that you let Kramer walk away means that the side of CB Rangers are gravitating that direction, right? We are at 20 minutes plus, though, so we are looking at a Baron. We're kind of taking our time here. But Kramer's in a great position to start punishing EX. Barok's been caught. This is
Barok's been hit by the Cyclone. He has to flash away. He does have 3. Yeah, he has 3 charges of the dash, and he uses all of them wisely to get out to safety. Ari is not killed here. Can Peacemaker get an engage, a counter engage? No. 30 seconds left before the next dragon spawns, and you would anticipate that does give Barok enough time to be able to recall and get back into the river. However, this time around, this Ari will not have flash or ult if there is a team fight with the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big, ultimate to take out of Barok, but, you know, being able to get away from that, especially when you expended the Wukong ultimate, one of the best teamfight ultimates in the game, in my opinion, especially if you use the clone wisely, is a big loss for Spy Kid, right? Like, obviously, pop the ult, wanted to catch with the Cyclone and cause those problems. EX has rotated down to this Dragon, which could change because the side of Kramer is still stuck on the top, and it is Eclipsing Tides getting onto this Dragon first, so this could just be a straight trade. Like, they let it go. It's already very, very
Black Eyed Peas, flag and drag! It goes down to 70 health, but Wukong still secured it, so it's a 2-2 count. Peacemaker flashing forward into the enemy team. Malphite ult popping 3 members on the red side, including shutting down Old Man Genetics, his first death of the game. They don't have their huge carry. What was the Lord Doms for if you just died to the tank? Anyway, now Kramer tries to get the pop-up, but it's 3-on-1, and Zon Lilac is going to be able to finish him off. Rise with the ultimate from the other direction. That's going to be 2 more kills handed over to Eclipsing Tides.
Yeah, that is a massive misstep from the side of CB Rangers.
Just give it. You didn't have sums. You didn't have ults. It's only the second dragon. Just give.
Yeah, they had no need to fight that. And that is a huge misstep. They were missing. I mean, I think the big thing there is, you know, Old Man Genetics got caught out. Old Man Genetics was not able to deal the damage. So do have to wonder, is that the correct play in this setup? And I don't think it is, because now look who's on the Baron.
There they are, 23 minutes into the game. Eclipsing Tides is able to secure that Baron without even a fight, because obviously they all just died at Dragon, so they don't want to go scrap yet again. And now you can actually start to push a little bit. You can bring Zeri back into the game. She's at 2 items right now. Once the Navori is completed, Easy is going to be unstoppable.
That was a choice. I do not know why the CB Rangers took that fight. They gave over shutdowns, they gave over gold. It just doesn't seem like something that's necessary. Like, Barok was obviously out of ult. We'd already seen, you know, some of the issues there. But now, I mean, the onus is really on Eclipsing Tides to push with this Baron and see if they can cause those problems and get those dubs.
Yeah, just looking at some of the gold here. So Eclipsing Tides up just a little bit, and just like looking at the lanes, obviously the big difference is Old Man Genetics. That is the huge win condition on CB Rangers end. But you are going up against Easy, who's statistically coming into these playoffs, coming into these finals, statistically the strongest AD carry player in the Divinity League. So you'd have to expect at some point Old Man Genetics, if they go toe-to-toe later on in this match, it will not be an easy time against excuse me, Easy. I've been coughing all day. I apologize for that. But Daz, do you think this match is going to potentially go on all the way to a potential Ocean Soul 3 Dragons for now? Or can Eclipsing Tides try to push the advantage while they have the Baron?
I mean, Eclipsing Tides are pushing. They're pushing in 2 lanes. They're pushing in the mid. They're doing that nice 4-1. You know I like the 4-1. And I just want to see where can the side of CB Rangers counter this, right? It's like, they can't counter it in the mid lane right now. We're looking at the 4-1 again, and it's not going well. There is Black Eyed Peas rotating down, trying to catch Cam. Cam does have access to the ultimate, so would be able to get out of that potentially.
Black Eyed Peas with the Cataclysm, but the Rise is so powerful! Rise is unbelievably powerful. He just 2v1'd in the bot lane and is 5-1 in this match. Cam is disgusting, just depleting Barak and Black Eyed Peas' health in a 2-on-1 scenario.
This is done. This is absolutely done. I think the fact that the Baron push is coming in 2 lanes, it's been really nicely handled from Eclipsing Tides, is going to cause huge problems. They're going to bring that Baron wave in. They're going to let the cannons do the work. That is going to be a massive problem. So yeah, there's the mid lane turret going. We're now going to be on double inhibitor turrets. As long as they play this right, they could be in a great position. But now, you know, Eclipsing Tides were a few thousand gold up in the last game. Yeah, this was not how it went. So really is on the side of CB Rangers to make one of the big plays like they did in game number 1.
We are less than a minute away from the next dragon spawning, so we anticipate a big fight happening down in the river, just like it was for the 4th dragon of the game. So even, you know, we focus a lot on the bot lane and top lane, haven't talked much about mid lane, and Cam quietly having an incredible game. Multiple fantastic Rise ults to behind enemy lines to stop them from retreating. Has a massive CS advantage as well over Barak here on his Ahri. Gonna have to try to use the blast cone to get away if you are Peacemaker, and you have to go out to safety. But now it's 20 seconds till the dragon.
Yeah, I really do not want to see CB Rangers fight this. I want them to take an advantage somewhere else on the map. Maybe just try and push in that mid lane, try and balance that one out a little bit. They are going into the top side, so looking around that Baron. But yeah, just give this dragon, just makes a lot of sense. See if you can get an advantage somewhere else on the map, as it's 4 on the dragon. We'll say the warding and the vision from the side of CB Rangers has been a little bit lax this game. They have no vision on this dragon. They have no idea. They obviously assume it's going that way, but it does feel like we're just leaving Kramer to split push on the Ornn, which doesn't feel like the right choice here.
He does have at least the ornament on himself and Sivir in this game so far. So those are obviously the 2 most important for an Ornn to get for yourself, and then for your biggest carry with Old Man Genetics. Obviously, the longer it goes on, then you can get everybody's mythic leveled up, and those are worth roughly estimated 1,000 gold of free value on the ornament. So that would, once you get all 5 of them, kind of almost even out this gold differential.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough to justify like how you get through this, but I think it's probably one big team fight at the Baron. The Baron comes up in 1 minute and 10. That is going to be where the game is decided for me, and I kind of want to see, you know, maybe it's the bloodlust in me, but I want to see that big, you know, explosive team fight. We do finally have the Navori quick blades on the side of the Sivir of Old Man Genetics, and I think that's a much better item to build. I would have liked to see it second, to be honest.
Well, but so that's exactly my point. I was just thinking it does. That Sivir was 7-0, and both Old Man Genetics and Easy got their Navori quick blade at the same time.
Yeah.
That's like kind of, that just shows like power spikes are a thing in League of Legends, and if you don't hit it, you don't have the Navori to go push mid lane after you crush bot lane to maybe go push top as well. But we're gonna see if there is a fight here. No, EX is just gonna walk out, but like you both hit the power spike at the same time when you had a 7-kill lead.
Yeah, the big thing here for me, though, is Eclipsing Tides are completely dominating the top side of the jungle for the CB Rangers, and if they turn around to the Baron, they're going to have a pivot on it real quick. I do not think that CB Rangers know that Zon Lilac has left. They're still just very cautiously, very carefully trying to clear out these wards. They do have vision on EX, who's going to be able to keep going, but yeah, this Baron is just going to get started. Zon Lilac's already back, he's already in the river. I think this is going to have to be a hero play by Black Eyed Peas, but that ward's already gone, so they need to go, and they need to go now.
Yeah, well, you're running out of time. Baron is under half HP. EX, actually, they're going to pop. They're going to walk off the Baron trying to fight. Okay. Call the Fortune. It hits Zeri. Zeri has to get out of the way, but Cyclone is the response from there. You're going to have to get a first kill. Cam, another kill for Cam. 2 are dead on the side of CB Rangers. Zeri is popping off, getting a kill. Zeri is actually still fighting. I thought it just went down there, but still moving and grooving around. Barak just barely gets out. The two carries on the side of CB Ranger are still alive, but I don't know what you can do against this. Spy Kid is really low. You cannot finish this until the TP. Teleport comes in. Wow, that was a kill for easy. Barak did not need to stay in the area. Once you saw the TP being channeled, you knew you could not fight it, and the second Baron of the game will go to Eclipsing Tides.
Yeah, I mean, this is just... I don't know what to say here. I think the CB Rangers were ahead, and they've let it go a little bit, but Old Man Genetics feels so far behind, right? Like, just doesn't feel like he's able to do the same amount of damage as the Zeri of Easy, and that is a big issue for me. Of course, the kill difference is only 3 kills, but it's a 8,000 gold lead. And, like, CB Rangers need to find this big fight. It may be around the next dragon. It may be just trying to pull them over. The next dragon's in 1 minute 25. But look at the damage that Eclipsing Tides are doing over the map before that. This has to be a proper team effort from CB Rangers, or else they're going 1-1, and the momentum they had after game 1 is not doing what they needed.
Now you have your stats saying it's only a 3-kill difference, which is statistically true. However, because statistics are funky, you can change them and warp them to be what you want. Take Old Man Genetics out of the equation, and there's only 3 other kills on the entire team of CB Rangers. So it's really not that CB Rangers are performing well in this game. It is everything has been funneled and facilitated towards Old Man Genetics direction, which is great. That's what you want out of your scaling marksman like Sivir can be. It's just unfortunate on the other side is Easy on Zeri, who also hits that same power spike as you and can be just as good in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, the vision as well has just been much better for Eclipsing Tides this game. Oh, Peacemaker, Black Eyed Peas are
They're on the wrong side. They're on the wrong side of the map.
There's a
Black Eyed Peas. Oh, Malphite ult into Easy, getting the kill. Call the Forge God in response there, but Peacemaker is going to die eventually. Barak, what can you do against 5 members of Eclipsing Tides? The answer is nothing. Zeri getting a double kill by taking down Old Man Genetics, getting some vengeance for how the bot lane went in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Joe. I blame the Lord Doms, mate. You can't be building that second.
But honestly, though, because it's not just damage, you get the cooldown reset on your spell shield, which is like a 22-second cooldown, and with Navori, with all your autos, it's much less.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right here, and it feels like CB Rangers took their foot off the gas with this Baron. Yes, they're getting the ult on the charm on EX. Barak is getting the damage down, but now you're missing an inhibitor. That is the soul gone over. So yeah, they're just going to rotate the top lane as well. They're going to take out that inhib turret. They should probably be pushing for the inhibitor here, but you know, we're realm warping to the red buff.
Well, I guess you wanted to be a little bit closer before you recalled. I get it, you know?
Yeah, don't know if I agree with that. Doesn't feel like the right play here. Like, I don't love Eclipsing Tides taking their foot off the gas, especially after what happened in the last game. But this one definitely feels a lot more in their control. At over 10,000 gold ahead, I imagine they'll be able to cause some problems.
Phantom Dancer completed for Old Man Genetics, as well as the Bloodthirster for Easy. So they're still even on the item count at 4 apiece. But I think obviously now the big difference is the mid lane. Cam is fully online. He is super fed with those 4 items. And I really don't know, even if Jarvan gets in his face, we saw Cam win a 2v1. So like, what is the scenario that CB Rangers can take down Cam before, say, Cam and Spy Kid just delete their whole team in a team fight?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know how CB Rangers get this one. I mean, they don't have the same team fight comp. Like, they're playing the pick comp, and Easy's just getting out of hand now, right? It's like, Easy's able to do this. Honestly, Zon Lila's catching people with these tornadoes, which is causing a lot of problems. And as soon as I think CB Rangers have to run mid to clear, that is when the big push is going to come through. The vision in this game has been absolutely huge, honestly. Eclipsing Tides have done way better on vision, and yeah, they're reaping the benefits of that, as they're just able to know exactly where everyone is. We do of course see Cam running to the top side. This is going to be a level 16 ultimate. He's level 18 but level 16, and yeah, he's going to be able to you know, immediately come group up with that team if they go and defend that inhibitor properly.
Cam does have the Warden's Mail as well, working towards his last item, so we're going to try to be even tankier because right now you have the damage output. You might as well try to not get bursted down if you get caught in a bad position, so I like how Cam is building here in the late game, top lane all by himself, trying to get this inhibitor, but they are going to push him off, and then when you go into it, that's the beauty of the split push. So you stay here, Orin with the pop-up, call the Forest God. What can he do? Oh, he tried TP to the top lane though when they were just in the body. He could have tried to walk over. Instead, Malphite TPing in another knock-up. This Ryze is just sacrificing himself to give everybody else time, but they were not on the same page. Just stay bot, let him be a distraction. Malphite with the ultimate, a double knock-up there. Cyclone killing Sivir, easy as godlike as Ahri is dead, and Malphite getting another kill onto the support. They will be able to push Crime Up back into his base. Black Eyed Peas, really not a performance you want to write home about, and this is not going to be a sweep, everybody. Eclipsing Tides wins game 2.
Yeah, there was definitely some decisions made in that game. I think CB Rangers got a little bit too confident down in the mid game, right? We're able to not tolerate what I think was expected there, and yeah, I think CB Rangers have to go back to the drawing board on this because the way they execute that game, I have a lot of concerns there, Joe.
I mean, the comp was fine. You guys were talking about it in the draft, or you thought CB Rangers had the better draft, and team composition, we understand the synergy of how it worked with Ahri and Jarvan, and on the hunt, Sivir gets to boost their speed up if on a gank and things like that. Like, the team composition was sound, and clearly it was working in the early game, but like they just got a little overzealous in multiple scenarios. Black Eyed Peas ulting in just to die before he killed anybody else. Barak kind of using more defensive Ahri ults than offensive in the latter half of the game, just trying to dash out to safety, just along the line at some point in the mid game. I like, we really don't want to harp on it. Unfortunately, we are, but you see so often in pro play, Daz, ADC gets fed, let's say Caitlyn or whoever, some super oppressive fit, bot laner, they take all the turret plates, then they rotate mid, then they take those, then they rotate top, and that's what you do. That's what you press your advantage with your marksman in a game. But once Old Man Genetics was 6-0, they kind of just coasted instead of pressing that advantage while Zeri was at her weakest.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing as well, I gotta call this out as, somebody who dabbles in Little Jungle. Where was Black Eyed Peas this game? Black Eyed Peas played the Jarvan, didn't get involved early, and I think that's like a big mistake. I think that's something I want to call out and just say, like, you cannot be leaving that. Baroque as well kind of like took his foot off the gas, right? I mean, he got Flame Horizoned in this game, so yeah, a lot to go back from the drawing board for when it comes to the side of CB Rangers, because they had a huge lead. And it was let go.
Yeah, I think we are gonna actually. Can we take a look at the damage first before we head to a break? And wow, that's the easy difference: 33,000 damage on a champion that was massively behind, 4 deaths behind the opposing ADC. He out damaged by 10,000 damage.
Yeah, it's silly at this point that being able to, just keep in there.
Jarvan did 6,000?
I want to see the junglers involved. The last 2 games, I've seen 2 of the quietest junglers in a long time, and I'm not tolerating it anymore. I want to see these junglers get involved. It's silly.
I respect it. Done. I definitely understand where you're coming from, Daz. All right, so we have a series on our hand, everybody, and this is the best thing we can hope for in the Divinity League here at Titan Esports. We know that we will at least have 4 games for you this evening, so we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the pick and ban phase of Game 3 between CB Rangers and Eclipsing Tides. So we will be right back. All right, everybody, thank you for joining us here for the start of Game 3 between CB Rangers and Eclipsing Tides here in Titan Esports Divinity League Winter Finals. We are tied 1 game apiece, Daz. And from my understanding of it, it's kind of like the team that was winning early is the one that lost both of these games.
Win, draft, lose game seems to be the story of this series. So I guess draft like trash and you'll be fine. Not trash, I think that's unfair. But draft some like awkward lanes, but win.
Trash, that's the second most awkward thing you've said so far tonight. There was something a little more awkward in the
it is what it is.
Yeah, you know, we had the old baby's arm thing, and I think you topped that one tonight in that last game.
I'll own it. I did well.
It was great. It was great.
But no,
so
I mean,
what do you do? Because
game,
if you're
I think draft has been like this weird thing where it's like draft hasn't mattered. It's literally been execution, and that's like both games is like the team that were ahead lost.
But that's what I want to ask you is like, what do you do? Where is your confidence from either of these teams if the game you're winning is the one that you should have been punished for, but you came out on top? Like, do you say, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it? Or do you say, no, we should fix these fundamental flaws that we're bringing into the game and we're just not being punished for?
It's tough. I mean, I think the big thing for me is not just the draft, like it's the execution, right? And like you and I are LDR item 2 haters. I don't think that's a secret to anyone that's watched a broadcast with them. You know, it's like you can't be winning this, getting ahead, like being 7-0, and then building those items like that. Like that for me is like the big issue.
I just don't know what armor you're penetrating on a level 5 Janna. That's just my confusion of it. When you're 6-0, like 10 minutes into the game and you are popping off, you get the whole point of accelerating your advantage is so you hit your power spikes before your opponent. But if you and the Zeri on the other side hit the same Navori power spike at the same team fight, then it was like your 7 kills early game were for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you were so focused on taking out the Malphite and like being able to deal with the Malphite, you didn't respect the fact that Zeri was there, and that for me is like a big mistake. So, yeah, I think draft is going to be an interesting one here. Not really sure, you know, where the wins come, but I felt confident that in both games, like the losing team has drafted better.
Yeah, and that's kind of a tough pill to swallow, right? When you're in your draft room pre-game as we get set up here for our draft of Game 3 between Eclipsing Tides and CB Rangers. How do you handle those scenarios? Because you should feel confident you made the correct draft decision, you just didn't execute it in-game properly.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen CB Rangers swap sides as well. Which I think is really interesting because they've kind of had to avoid this like nasty not counter pick, but like awkward like pivot that Eclipsing Tides has been able to do. So I think here like taking this side makes a lot of sense. They're being pretty quick in the draft. The Nami and the Vi gone, the Mordekaiser and the Olaf gone as well. So being able to pivot that is going to be big for them. I think that's really important. But it seems like we're tearing through it. CB Rangers obviously want a power pick.
Yeah, and the Nami's effectively 2 bans against Easy there because you're somewhat banning the Lucian away, which is one of Easy's best champions statistically. And Eclipsing Tides continuing to ban Olaf after that game 1 from Kramer where you said he was able to pop off and just run after everybody. So they kind of don't want to deal with those type of top laners like the Mordekaiser and Olaf.
Yeah, I mean, it does give them a bit of priority on the top as well. I mean, they could just take like a power pick, like a Jax, right? Like it's hard to deal with. Eclipsing Tides actually banning away their own Veigar, which was really good for them in game number 1, even though they didn't win. So a lot to kind of figure out in this draft. Let's see where CB Rangers start the draft. I think that's going to tell us very much where they're trying to go. And yeah, they do get access to the Trundle, which is something they've been looking to get for a little while. And Eclipsing Tides have been banning away literally blue 1 ban.
Yeah, and that is a power pick and a comfort pick for Black Eyed Peas there. It also kind of ruins some of the type of junglers that Eclipsing Tides might want to go for, right? If you have the Poppy or Sejuani or Tank Maokai. Like, those are things that you are essentially buffing Trundle if you play into. So I like the Jarvan pick here out of Eclipsing Tides, a little more aggressive, not necessarily relying on being a tank and having those stats taken away, ripped away from the Trundle. And let's see if this time around he's able to get more out of it, or more out of the Jarvan early game than Black Eyed P was in game 2.
Yeah, I think the junglers need to get more involved. That's been my criticism over both game 1 and game 2, is like, I want to see more jungle action. And I think when you pick the Jarvan, I want to see you in that lane level 3. I want to see more out of this one. This is going to be the Rakan.
Okay, so picking Rakan before the Xayah, obviously, in this scenario, valuing that seems more. I'm not really sure if the first 2 games have had a lot of influence from the 280 carries. So to pick the Rakan either away from CB Rangers, or just like if you do plan on picking Xayah Rakan here, I don't know if that was more valuable than the Xayah lock in. But CB Rangers is going to respond with the Seraphine, who they had in. Did they have Seraphine in game 1, or did Eclipsing Tides have it?
Eclipsing Tides did Seraphine in game 1.
Okay, so that's a takeaway then.
Yeah, it is. But I think that it's a really lumpy draft, right? I'm kind of looking at it like, okay, well, you got to take an 80 carry here. Like, you got to force the 80 carry out of Eclipsing Tides. It's just feels very strange the way that we're negotiating it. Oh, Seraphine Renata. I've assumed the Seraphine's pivoting here.
Yeah, I would imagine that Seraphine mid, which was, her original intended role. It's not her most popular role by any means. It's obviously as the APC, the bot lane carry, or the support are much more common out of Seraphine. But locking in the Renata is curious, because I was just about to say those are some healthy ults for Sylas to take away, and we're only halfway through the draft.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Now for CB Rangers, I just think that they're giving away a lot of big options to the side of Eclipsing Tides, and their second half of the draft is going to get pinched really hard, right? Like, being able to deal with their CB Rangers taking away the Xayah, so making sure Xayah Rakan isn't a big thing.
Yeah,
feels like a big play here. And just double banning the top lane. Eclipsing Tides been really focused on this top lane, making sure Kramer doesn't get what he wants. Exactly what I like to see here from their side. So, you went blue side, but you didn't just take an early power pick top. So, yeah.
This could be a bait, though, Daz, from Eclipsing Tides, if they kind of just never had the interest in playing Xayah, but wanted Rakan for his engage and just being a strong, battler in the bot lane, that they are essentially forced to waste a ban on Xayah. Then the follow-up of Sivir, which obviously was really strong in the last game there, that now they do potentially have another power pick available for them in the red 5 slot as a counter pick that might have been drafted or banned away from them instead of the Xayah. So I think it's kind of nice out of Eclipsing Tides to force them to ban Xayah here.
Yeah, I mean, they banned Xayah, but they gave away Zeri, right? And the Zeri is just, we saw what Easy did with Zeri in the last game. It's something that you can't be ignoring, you can't be leaving it alone. So I think there's a lot to go for here. There is the Jace coming through, so probably pivoting that up to the top lane. Kind of an interesting blind pick, especially with some of the options that are open and available right now for the side of Eclipsing Tides to deal with that. I think EX has a lot of picks that could answer that one. Oh, but it could be Jace mid because it's the Kennen top.
So it's Seraphine ADC or APC, Seraphine bot lane, right?
It's a very high damage, frail draft.
Yeah, I'm kind of not picking up what CB Rangers is putting down, to be honest, right now. I do also, before you add on, Daz, as we get ready for this last pick, make sure everybody is staying tuned for this match here, because during game 3, we will be running the giveaway for the skin in chat. So make sure you are here for that giveaway. It's going to be a mystery skin. It's going to be exciting. And there is the Aurelia, Daz.
Yeah, I mean, Aurelia does great kind of anywhere across the board here, right? Like, being able to I think Aurelia does well into Jace. Aurelia does well into Kennen. The other thing that I have to call out here is the Trundle pick has kind of been punished really hard. There's no thick boys. There's no stats to steal. So
But that's what they wanted, right? They wanted to force them down that road of you can't play tank, you can't play Malphite, you can't play these tanky things this game.
Okay, they did get forced down that road, but then if you're not playing tanky things, the Irelia with the best item in the game is, yeah, feeling pretty good. So, I don't know. We'll see exactly how this one goes. I do need to take a small break, though. So, Joe, you're going to be paired up with Romeo for a little bit. I want to give our good producer, Lucan, some time to get that substitution done. And, of course, figure out where this draft is going, because there are some questions on where this one could be played out.
Yeah, for sure. So when we come back, Romeo and I will have the coverage of the Game 3 matchup between Eclipsing Tides and CB Rangers here in the finals of Titan Esports Divinity Division. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are here for Game 3 between Eclipsing Tides and CB Rangers. Eclipsing Tides has evened the score after a big comeback in Game 2. We're going to try something different. So we see some of the audio has been misaligned for the first 2 games. I'm watching through the perspective of the spectator client instead of through how we usually do it. So please let us know if I'm still calling ultimates 3 seconds behind, because if they are, then it's on me. But I'm with Romeo here for this Game 3. Thank you very much for coming around here for this big finals match, Romeo.
Hello, hello, hello. I wouldn't miss it for the world. This is Divinity Finals, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, tied up series 1-1. We got a really interesting draft. Of course, I wasn't here during the draft stages, but CBR rocking quite the interesting comp, right? We got a Seraphine Renata bot lane combo. I'm really not sure how that's going to play out in the Zeri Rakan, but I'm interested to see how they're going to decide what exactly to do, right? We see right now Black Eyed Peas looks like he's going to be pathing top lane to try to impact that Kennen-Aurelia matchup. I'm pretty sure that's a very skill-based matchup up in the top lane, and it seems like Jarvan is going to be matching it as well, unless he tries to do some level 2 cheese here. But it should be an interesting series we have at the moment.
Good guy Romeo saying interesting draft, and we know what we're thinking as commentators when we call something interesting. I appreciate it there. But yes, this has been an interesting draft from CB Rangers with the Jace Kennen and then bot lane carry Seraphine, and just kind of the positioning that they chose in the draft order. They took Renata third, so it looked like Seraphine was being flexed to mid lane. Just a lot of kind of confusing things, and they take Jace and Kennen back to back, so you don't really get any value out of that potential flex in the draft because you reveal them at the same time. But as we've seen in the first 2 games, Romeo, the team that kind of has the confusing draft is the one who wins the game, actually. And Cam, really close to getting first blood already, 2.5 minutes in against Barak, but instead he's just going to be able to get out to safety. Just barely looked like one more auto would have been able to do it.
Now, of course, Black Eyed Peas lining something up here as well. Going to be looking to maybe look for that Aurelia. Might need to make a play soon here, though, before Jarvan really starts to gap him in value from just farming the jungler. Very patient. Here we go.
He is ganking here for Black Eyed Peas. Gets a flash out of EX. Aurelia back down away from her, or towards her turret, I should say. Kind of zipping all over the map here, because now Jarvan is in the area to save her, but you did at least get a flash out of it.
Yeah, and of course, that flash can go a long way, especially if Black Eyed Peas looks to repeat gank and whatnot, but a revenge gank coming in.
The E hits! Aurelia hit there on Cram. They're going to go forward for flash forward. First blood given over to EX.
The flash came a little bit late from the Kennen. I think he might have been able to if he committed to it earlier, but Black Eyed Peas trying to make a play happen.
Yeah, he flashes forward this time around. One more thud of his hit will take it down, and Black Eyed Peas gets a kill in response on the other jungler.
And it's interesting because with that kill trade, of course, with Black Eyed Peas getting it, he's going to be able to do more around the map overall. But when it comes to that top lane, a very snowbally lane between Kennen and Aurelia, Aurelia having that kill can go a long way. And of course, Kennen doesn't even get assist gold because he was already dead a little bit before that kill took place. So it is going to make that top lane pretty difficult to play for CBR moving forward.
Yeah, Peacemaker going to have to try to walk away from Zon, Lilac, and Easy as they are pushing up, but thankfully Seraphine does have teleport as a summoner in this matchup, so she can get back to lane a lot quicker than many of the other bot lane carries would be able to.
Absolutely, and here Black Eyed Peas looking to make more impact. He's going to go just straight for it.
Yeah, Zon Lilac tries to pop him up there, but he's going to dash over to Easy for the safety. Black Eyed Peas is not going to be able to get any summoner spells out of the red side bot lane.
Meanwhile, Spy Kid sitting up in that top rush, really looking to punish the flashless Kennen. Might be the smarter play overall, considering Black Eyed Peas wasn't able to get anything.
Uh-oh. Krama, did he fall for it yet again? No, he gets a stun onto EX. He's actually really low, but because Jarvan's in the area, Krama can't really pursue that. So this time it goes a little bit better for Krama than the last time.
And because of that, Black Eyed Peas starting that dragon knows that Jarvan is on the top side. They have prio in that bot lane from that earlier gank. Could be a good way into stacking these dragons. Of course, they were there on spawn at the 5-minute mark. And with first dragon being the ocean, there could be a strong Hextech or Inferno Soul to come for this rift.
Yeah, Cam gonna fight against Barak there. Both level 5 right now, so there is no ultimates available in the mid lane. Looking just all over, they are the highest level as well. So no ultimates just yet. That's an early dragon, which is what we saw in the last game as well. You like to see the junglers taking the initiative here in the early game, wanting to start that dragon stacking up early.
Yeah, of course, if this game does go long, that Soul can become very impactful. Well, I mean, even at this point, right, the Soul Dragon could be up by 20 minutes if they keep taking it on spawn like this. 5-minute dragons can be very impactful. On top of that, it's an Ocean Dragon, right? Ocean Dragons are going to be one of the best laning phase dragons because taking small trades doesn't affect you as much when you're getting that healing every 5 seconds.
That's a good point to think about. Just, you don't, a lot of times, you know, when I'm watching, I'm thinking about the soul at the end of the game, but obviously those dragons, those individual ones, also value you as well. You don't need 4 ocean dragons to help out, like you're mentioning here. Romeo and Cam kind of trading aggressively to get that out of his turret lane. He doesn't have TP, so if Jace wanted to push this in after he recalls, he'd be able to push that under and then recall for himself. But the one kill that Aurelia got early on from EX's end has helped him just get a little bit of a CS lead, but he has not been able to propel it any further yet.
No, not necessarily yet. They've still got a little bit of a CS lead, but nothing to really... There's still a lot to be desired from this lead, right? They do have an itemization advantage, so being able to fight the 1v1 could go a little bit more in their favor, but of course, Crema has that level advantage right now. They hit level 6 first. There's not much Aurelia can do until she gets that ultimate spike.
Well, he gets the knockup, steals the Jace ult as well. Doesn't get the kill, though. Black Eyed Peas is in the area to thwart his efforts and stop him from getting that kill. So Barak will live to see another day. Just kind of not, you know, he has a little bit of a CS lead, but for Barak, he had somewhat of a tough game on Ahri last time around. So I'd love to see maybe if Barak can get some early confidence here in game 3.
Yeah, and confidence can go a long way, especially in a 5-game series when you haven't necessarily had the best performances in the first couple of games, right? It really takes a lot out of your morale when you are the player on your team who's kind of underperforming a bit and makes you want to try that much harder a lot of the time to be the hero, which can be good and can be bad in some scenarios, but considering the team comp they're on right now, right, with that Jace being a primary source of damage for the Country Fair Rangers, you have to imagine he wants to do a lot more this game.
Both the junglers are in the top side of river here as they're getting ready for the Rift Herald. Zon Lilac with the grand entrance doesn't really get any follow-up from the rest of the team, and now Black Eyed Peas is going to move forward. The pillar takes everybody out of the river, and now the Rift Herald is going to reset. Does CB Rangers want to stick around and restart the Rift Herald? I do see on my end that Old Man Genetics is disconnected. Not sure if you're seeing that as well, Romeo.
Yep. Old Man Genetics did disconnect, and if I'm correct, either we're frozen or we're having a pause here. It looks like it just...
okay, I'm back now. How's it looking on your end?
Yep. Yeah, we're looking good. I think Old Man Genetics, he's gotten the Wi-Fi back in. The life support has been reapplied, and they're heading over to this Herald.
Yes, the toaster has been re-plugged in, and Zon Lilac is hit by the pillar. Now you're going to have 4 people in the area. It's just a support, but you might as well kill him anyway and try to get this Rift Herald for free. The gold being given over to the Kennen as well, helping Crema out a little bit in that matchup that he's currently down, you know, a lot of CS early on.
Look, I got a theory. Old Man Genetics called for the pause because he needed to crack his knuckles, stretch his fingers to make that amazing play, get the stun off, and of course, bring CB Rangers to a little bit of a kill advantage. On top of that, they get the Herald.
Barak and Cam,
a lot of gold.
They're going at it. Oh, EX tries to go with it with the flash, but he does not land it on Barak. He's going forward, and no, will not be able to get that kill on there. Barak is just barely escaping multiple times here early on.
They were very close to that hitting. Had that hit, I'm pretty sure it's a free kill for EX and going to be able to extend that little bit of a lead they got top. Of course, Kennen picked up the kill at Herald, so overall, I mean, there's a 10 CS lead for EX, but that's not really going to make a whole lot of impact at this point in the game, right? 10 CS, not that huge of an advantage anymore. They're both going to be level 8. Of course, Krama is once again level 8 first, so it pretty well neutralizes that.
The E does not hit. Krama is just too nimble in that interaction, so the stun does not land. And EX is already down to 60% health just after TPing back in the lane.
And I think Kramish has been doing a wonderful job at kiting in this matchup. I think we've been seeing a lot out of the Aurelia and Ken in this game, a lot of fighting between them, and it just feels like Kramish has been doing a great job at the whole kiting game.
Zon Lilac hit by the pillar yet again, has to take the long way, is able to dash out to safety. Spy Kid is in the area. The Jarvan can make an impact if he reveals himself from the bush there, so not waiting a little bit too long to pull the trigger, doesn't respond. Now he's going in onto Peacemaker, trying to get him, but the handshake will hit each other there between Zon Lilac and Spy Kid. Zon Lilac is killed yet again. Can Zeri get out to safety? Going to flash E over the wall, and here's the ultimate from Peacemaker being used there just to push him back even further.
And that was just so well played by Peacemaker. That handshake was a main component in that fight, really gave them the capabilities to take down Zon Lilac, and that's going to put them up 3-1 in this match. They're still, despite having the kill advantage though, a little bit down in gold. That's mostly stemming from the CS advantages of the jungle and the bot lane, right? You have 30 extra CS on Zeri. You've got about 10 extra CS on Aurelia and Jarvan. So overall, their CS is really keeping them in this. However, the place they're lacking because of all these losing fights is the objectives, right? That Cloud Dragon soul is now on the map, and they picked up
Black Eyed Peas flash pillar! Cam has to flash over the wall just to get away, and he's just barely ticking down. Black Eyed Peas gets the kill. The no-look kill for Black Eyed Peas.
Subjugate coming in clutch for Black Eyed Peas, getting to be able to finish off both Cam and getting the flash out and keeping him susceptible to more ganks as this game goes on is just such a big play to have.
Flash Cataclysm into Barak. Can Jarvan do anything? He hits him out of the Cataclysm there, so Spy Kid's kind of just surrounded by 3 people, really overconfident when the Jarvan, when you're by yourself. Would have been a better trade if you took it 1-for-1, but instead you just trade your life for nothing.
That is really rough for Eclipsing Tides. It feels like the world is crumbling around them these last 4 or 5 minutes. So many plays just not going in their favor. And on top of that, Renata rotated over there. Seraphine only lost Flash, still living a peaceful life in that bot lane against the Zeri. Of course, Zeri is out-CSing her a bit, but overall, when your team's doing so well across the rest of the map, it's feeling really, really good for CBR. However, it might still be feeling better than it really is. When you look at the gold gap, they're still only up by 500.
And I think some of the things that have kept it in check is I believe EX has gotten multiple turret plates this in these first 13 minutes. I know he just actually he dinged that first one in mid lane right before the recall, and he's going to go recall and go back up to top lane. But the turret plate differential, I'm not sure what the stat is here, but that might be what is making it look like it's only a 500 gold differential, even though they're down 4 kills.
I mean, you look at that bot tower, right? Despite Seraphine not really dying when being left alone, 4 plating gone from that turret. Not a whole lot Old Man Genetics is going to be able to do, right? And on top of that, rotating to that Herald play earlier also cost them quite a bit of plating on that turret down there. They could very well lose that first turret, which would end up putting Eclipsing Tides in the driver's seat when it comes to the gold race. The thing Eclipsing Tide really needs to watch out for, though, is letting these dragons continue to stack, right? Champions like Trundle, champions like Kennen, although Cloud Soul's not typically a scary soul, on champions like that, it can be one of the most damning souls on the Rift.
Yeah, that is. And it's also an early stack, which we've actually seen a lot in Divinity League. Some teams waiting to get their dragons later on, and it really prolongs the match. So if you are CB Rangers and you've got these first 2 dragons and you're up a couple of kills and you're feeling confident, Trundle's 2-0-3 currently on the map, having a nice little shutdown for himself. It might be a position that you can try to accelerate this game fast enough so you don't have to wait for much later into the game for say a 7th dragon to spawn. If you can try to get the 4-0 sweep, obviously you'd be able to finish it off much quicker. But Spy Kid is trying to finish off the airborne Krama, and he is not going to get away after the ultimate there. EC Spy Kid gets the kill, so there is 1 kill in response. Flying Drag though into Black Eyed Peas Subjugate is just going to be huge. Level 8 to level 9, and it is not going to matter because this Trundle is super strong right now at 3-0-3.
And I gotta be honest, every time I see Black Eyed Peas on the Rift, he just feels like such a large presence. If he is in your game, if you are against Black Eyed Peas or on a team with him, it just feels like he has this presence on the Rift that keeps him at every play. And I feel like that's been one of Spy Kid's greatest hurdles. It feels like every time Spy Kid makes a play, Black Eyed Peas is there with an answer, whether it's to prevent Spy Kids from getting anything or from equalizing the play and neutralizing any of the gold differential Spy Kids is able to get for his team.
And here is the 2nd Rift Herald of the game, looking like it will be uncontested, handed over to the Trundle and CB Rangers. Easy has to dash over the wall to get away from Krama and Barak, but he's kind of dashing to the wrong side of the Rift. You are on red side, my friend, and you ult as he's getting chased by 3 members of CB Rangers. The slam down from Barak, dashing over the wall. Can he take anyone out with him before he goes down? Barak is really low. I think Barak should walk away. Oh, the bailout keeps him alive, and the shutdown is given over to Jace.
You have to give it to Easy, though. The kiting was magnificent on that play. Being able to even bring
Barak needed to chill.
Even being able to bring Barak to that use of bailout and burning Peacemaker and Barak's flash in that play. Yeah, they get Easy. And it's definitely a net positive play for CB Rangers. But to lose so much chasing down, just trying to chase down that Zeri really makes you wonder what's going to happen later into this game.
And the Rift Herald is able to secure the first turret in the mid lane there, so you're going to be able to open up the mid lane a little bit more as the 3rd dragon has already spawned. So great objective control out of CB Rangers, popping Herald mid, making them distracted, forcing them to stay out of the dragon pit, and they are already on soul point this early in the match.
And you know, although earlier we were talking about how well the kiting was from Easy, it's a little bit of a curse there when you think about it. Because Dragon was so close to being up, the amount of time Easy wasted having that death timer as Dragon spawning was not necessarily the right thing to do. Sometimes it is better to just take the death and be there to try to help your team contest Dragon, because with Zeri being dead, that Dragon sits firmly in CBR's pocket.
Uh-oh, Black Eyed Peas on Lilac. He sees a juicy target, trying to dash out of the way. Easy is going to be under his turret, but slammed down from the Jace, and the hostile takeover as well brings a really low shutdown, given over to Easy though. Jace, Barak, we said he should have chilled last time around. He did not listen and gets killed yet again. Cam trying to get some more kills onto the side of the red team, and a shutdown given over to EX, which is huge, getting that money onto Aurelia.
And Eclipsing Tides really showing what they can do as a unit. The first time we've really kind of seen the team work on the same page, and it really turned to their favor. Even Easy so close to going down, gonna get a big shutdown and get to live. And of course, Cam and EX going to clean up the play and put them ahead again. And it just feels like, despite us keep talking about how CB Rangers have been making all these good plays and are feeling like in control, the second we see Eclipsing Tides together as a team, they're running the fight.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of back and forth, obviously, there. It looked like, at first, it was going to be very clean for the CB Rangers side, but Barak is just being a little overzealous in these last couple of fights, right in the face of Zeri, who has the ability to dash away. Easy was also under his own turret, right? So kind of Zeri getting a damage buff because the turret was also hitting Jace there. So I think just because you have a big gold lead and you are on soul point doesn't mean you can be careless in the face of the best marksman in the Divinity League.
And they absolutely learned that lesson the hard way. They have lost any remnants of the gold lead that they had. They're now down 1,000 gold. They are sitting on soul point though, and you have to imagine that's the win con they're playing for. They are waiting that 2 minutes and 40 seconds for that dragon to be up. I don't know if they'll contest the Baron. They might with how hard their objective control has been, but I think in the minds of anyone on CB Rangers, they want that last dragon to spawn, get a hold of it, because that dragon makes it really easy for them to catch
there's the stun from the E, and now you pop the ultimate as well on Aurelia. Barak is charmed. He's just barely living, and Aurelia gets the kill onto Renata. Cataclysm popped. I respect it. I don't think you necessarily needed it, but I love the aggression from Jarvan.
Hear me out. Could have just clicked the smite button there, but it sends a message. It's about sending the message.
Absolutely
the message
sends a message.
It's well sent.
Yeah, for sure. He said, I'm wasting this cooldown to get this kill, and I gotta respect it.
It's like Flash in the start of the game, right? You're just like, I don't need this to beat you. I'll just use it to kill you, right? And like, although to us it might not be worth it, as long as it doesn't bite him in the ass, he should be fine. However, right now it's looking like it's biting him.
No, yeah, he is able to flag and drag to safety though, so Spy Kid is not going to lose his life in exchange against Black Eyed Peas, who's been very strong in this game. He is down in CS by quite a number, as the Jarvan has been able to out CS him, which has somewhat neutralized the difference in the kill count there, evening out their gold, I should say. But however, the 3 dragons being stacked up to 0 obviously is making the Trundle a bigger threat than Jarvan, potentially in a team fight right now.
You have to say, though, it is crazy how far ahead Eclipsing Tides are in that gold race, right? 4,000 gold ahead, and all they've taken is a couple of towers, but it just goes to show how good they are at claiming this CS. Easy has to be one of the best people to claim the lives of thousands of minions in Divinity, right? They're sitting almost at a perfect CS lead, right? Almost 200 CS, one away from it as we go into this dragon fight. They're sitting on 2 items, some of the most items on the Rift, and to have 2 items on your ADC in line with everyone else can change the course of a team fight.
Yeah, I think Easy had his second item built in the during the 18th minute or something like that. So even though he only has 1 kill, it's not like he was accelerated through kills. It was through perfect CSing, which is obviously a giant factor when you get into pro play and competitive play. If you can have a 50 CS lead against your lane opponent, who is the Seraphine here, obviously giving you a much better advantage. The Leandry is built on Seraphine's end for Old Man Genetics, but does not have a second item completed for this potential Dragon Soul fight.
And it's going to make things really difficult for them. They need to find an angle to pick off that Zeri and the Aurelia if this fight is going to go well for them. But to do that, they have to go through a Jarvan, they have to go through a Silas, and they have to go through a Rakan.
Oh, Cam with the encore there from the outside. Stole it, but doesn't get much. Old Man Genetics with a much better encore, stunning multiple people, or charming them, as I should say. They are dead. They can think about getting hit by that encore in the fountain. Another kill. Bailout helping, this time around, helping herself stay alive, and that is an ace for CB Rangers, and they can push here. They are leaving the dragon up to go up to Baron, and then once they take the Baron, then they'll go back and claim Soul.
And what a team fight from CB Rangers. Did everything they needed to do. That encore, of course, found the Zeri, and they really used that Cataclysm that Jarvan pulled out completely against Eclipsing Tides to turn the Tides into their favor. Of course, with so many people in that pit, that encore was flying far, and it was far enough to hit Easy. Easy got dragged right into the Kennen ultimate, and just like that, their entire team fell. And of course, when it's a 4v1 against Aurelia, numbers simply dictate that 4 is greater than 1. And that just makes this game so much easier for CB Rangers for this period of time. They neutralized the gold yet. However, dropping the dragon might have been their biggest mistake.
Yeah, so I was going to bring that up, Romeo, because I agree with you here. I don't know if that was a kind of an overconfidence thing, but they're like, let's go be cheeky, let's take Baron and then reset and then get Dragon. But obviously, the red side was going to be able to get to Dragon first because they were already recalling faster. But sure, via the death, they were in the fountain and recalling, but they were going to get there before you. I don't really understand that play call.
Well, here's how I look at it personally. I think Zeri is definitely one of the hardest scaling people on this Rift. So I understand they want to close out this game. People like Trundle are going to fall off at some point, right? However, I think they're kind of playing this in an interesting way. I think they probably could have just left somebody at Dragon to take it while the rest of them went Baron if they were really gung ho and take the Baron.
That's what I would think. Or just because you were already bot side in the team fight. Say we have a fight here. The EX is going to miss on Aurelia, so he's not able to get the stun. Oh, Zeri's actually already half health, so they're going to have to walk away at this point. So hopefully we can finish off this point here, Romeo. If you just stayed bot, secured the Cloud Soul, sure, Baron is better than Cloud, I understand, but it's permanent at least, where Baron is not. And then you go fight at Baron when they respawn, as you have Soul already secured, like you have that buff.
And I don't even know that in this scenario that Baron is better than Cloud Soul. Like, yeah, they clearly were looking to get a lot of value off of it, and they did get quite a bit. It looks like they got 2 T2s and 2 T3s, which aren't permanent. Those towers aren't coming back. However, it's costing them here.
Black Eyed Peas, what can you do when the Cataclysm is popped and 4 people are running you down? Nothing. You will get killed, and that gold is handed over to Cam. They are able to take down the inhibitor in the mid lane in response, which I think is a fair trade for your jungler.
You know what? Judging by how much they got off that Baron, I would say they did overall make the better play. But it's only because of how poorly that Baron was defended. They were able to get 2 T2s, 2 T3s, and an inhib. That's kind of unforeseeable in just taking that Baron, right? Had it not gone that way, though, it was a big risk, but it turned out to pay off, and now they're going to have that inhib down when they fight Dragon again. And if they can, once again, find a way to neutralize Zeri in the fight or keep her out of it, they'll likely have Soul anyways.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's all a matter of perspective. It's not what you have, it's what you do with what you have, Romeo. And what they were able to do with that Baron buff was push through a lot of the rift and take away a lot of those turrets that, like you mentioned, will not be respawning. So they're not obstacles that are going to be in your standing in your way in the future. The red buff is handed over to Easy, and just looking, still has not completed the Navori quick blades. Not sure how close he is on a recall, if he can get it, but once Easy gets that 300 power spike, this Zeri will be officially unstoppable.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to bring her down, and this is the moment where Cloud Soul could bite them, right? Of course, with Cloud Soul, Kennen can get on the Zeri a lot easier. Trundle can get on the Zeri a lot easier and be in position to extend that Encore. Without the Cloud Soul, we'll have to see if they can once again get on Easy, because if they can't, that
can
fight's
EX
lost.
do it? He got stunned and deleted instantly. Peacemaker gets the last kill there, but it's not going to be pretty for the side of Eclipsing Tides. Cam tries to dash away to safety, but he's not going to be able to. Black Eyed Peas secures that kill. They'll be able to take this inhib and push as one into the Nexus. There's really nothing that Spike can do by himself, and Easy has completed the 3rd item, but not enough. Popping the ultimate, can the turret help get any kills before it is taken down? Spike has to flash out to safety, and Old Man Genetics kills him anyway. The turret's taken down, and 27 minutes into the game, CB Rangers is able to finish this one off and go on to match point here in the finals.
Yeah, well played to them. They pick a weird team comp. They played in a weird style, but ultimately, that weird style is what was able to win them this game too, right? This game was certainly, by all metrics, an unconventional game of League of Legends, and partly it makes it super fun to watch, but on the other hand, it makes it super hard to play against, and for CB Rangers, it ended up working out perfectly.
Yeah, and I think one of the things Daz and I pointed to in the draft was at first Daz was like, oh, well, you picked Trundle and they don't have any tanks, so what are you getting out of it? And I responded, it's like, well, there's a lot of squishy targets on the other side. You actually did deter them from the strategy that helped them win their previous game. They had a really beefy front line, front to back, with the Malphite that was very difficult for the other team, for their side to break through. So even though they didn't pick a tank for you to subjugate away their stats, you effectively still countered them by having these squishies that Kennen and Jace and Trundle were just able to obliterate very quickly.
Absolutely, and on top of that, right, it just made it, even without that, they really didn't have a lot of defense for Zeri. It felt like Zeri was getting either caught out of the fight a lot of times, or in that last fight, she wasn't even able to make it to it in time. They were picking fights where they weren't in positions that were going to win it overall, and on top of that, I think the biggest problem we've seen from Eclipsing Tides overall is, sure, they did great on the CS, sure, they did great in some aspects of the laning phase, but when it came to team fights, if they weren't all together, they weren't winning the fights, and oftentimes they were getting picked off one and then fighting a 4v5.
Yeah, and looking at the damage output here, Romeo, you can see that obviously the Jace mid was gigantic with almost 19,000 damage, but I really do give a lot of the credit here to Krama and Black Eyed Peas. 14,000 gold a piece essentially here, and they worked really well together to get that Trundle ahead.
Oh, absolutely. I felt like Black Eyed Peas, well, not even just with Kennen, but felt like he was everywhere on the map, constantly being at objectives first, constantly setting up these objectives first, which make a monumental difference, especially when you're playing into champions like Jarvan, into champions like Zeri, who kind of feel better when they can get there first and use the walls as an escape rather than an entry point. And on top of that, the Krema, outstanding ultimates from Krema, constantly was making Easy have to be on their toes, staying away from their teammates, staying away from the battle, or if they were catching Easy, Easy was going straight down. I also think it's worth giving a shout to Old Man Genetics, because some of those encores were game-changing, and on top of that, even early, even the rotation heralds, like, okay, I'm losing the battle bot, that's fine. My job isn't to be the strong player. We'll leave that to Barak. We'll leave that to Krema. My job is going to be to facilitate team fights anyways. Let's leave lane, we'll play for the herald, we'll play for the other lanes, and then we'll go back and just try to neutralize that goal differential. Yeah, I'm not having 257 CS, but I will land an encore that makes that 257 CS useless.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. There was that one fight in the river down by Dragon where Silas stole the encore, and you can see that's someone who's not a trained musician trying to make that play, right? Who are compared to Old Man Genetics on the Seraphine, very in tune with their voice, very well aware of how to use that encore and popped like 4 people with it as Jarvan stuck his own teammates in his own Cataclysm just to benefit the lane there. So I think Old Man Genetics, even though statistically it was down a lot of CS and it didn't look like they were just playing weak side, they were doing their job to let the top half of the map carry that game, and then just being crucial. I think Peacemaker actually saved, I think there were 3 different bailouts that game where he saved a teammate. So
yes,
great job by the Renata pick as well.
Yeah, I think overall they all played very well. Of course, Old Man Genetics, the 50 years of experience on that encore, playing it like a smooth violin. But yeah, overall, I think they all played very, very well as a unit, and I'm going to be interested to see what Eclipsing Tide changes and what areas they target, because I think one of the main things they definitely target is having a jungler who can keep up with Black Eyed Peas or punish Black Eyed Peas more for some of the plays he was making. But before we go ahead and go to break, it is important to mention that one of our viewers here tonight have won a mystery skin, and I'm happy to announce that it was none other than, ladies and gentlemen, give me a drum roll here, Zemanon.
I don't know if you can hear it, but I'm giving a drum roll.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the mystery skin is D-Shot29! Congratulations, D-Shot!
There you go. Congrats to D-Shot29. You're going to get that mystery skin. Thank you for watching the stream. We appreciate everybody here. We know it's an exciting time in Titan Esports as we are here in the Divinity League finals, getting ready, anticipating the spring season to start later this month as well. But Romeo and I are going to take a quick break here. Also, let us know how the audio was this time around with me being in-game in the spectator client instead of the traditional way we were watching. Let us know in chat. We would appreciate that to know if the audio delays have been resolved. But quickly, Romeo and I are going to take a break, and when we come back, we will have a potentially decisive game 4 in this match between Eclipsing Tides and CB Rangers. Alrighty, everybody. We might have one more game. We potentially have two. That's essentially the core of what a best of 5 means. Zemanon and Romeo here for Game 4 between CB Rangers and Eclipsing Tides in the Titan Esports Divinity League. And that was actually a pretty fun game that we just showed there, Romeo, in that Game 3. And it went a little bit quicker, a little faster paced than the first 2 games were.
Yeah, it certainly was a quick game, not a quick game, but a quick pace. It felt like there were fights going all across the Rift the entire time. But now this game has a lot more riding on it for the pure sake that there is a chance that after this game, CB Rangers will be the Divinity champions.
Yeah, and so what are Eclipsing Tides' response in this matchup? Obviously, Easy has so much of the pressure, and he's kind of been living up to it in all the games, regardless of the win-loss at the end. It really has not been the Zeri that's been a problem. The other thing I'm trying to think as we're getting set up for draft, if production, if they get a second to help me, because I missed Game 1. I want to say Jarvan lost Game 1 as well, so I think if I'm wrong, production, let me know. If Jarvan has lost all of the games so far in this draft, like maybe that's a pivot. Oh, what? Okay, yeah. So productions, let me know that Jarvan is not having a great time here in the finals in this best of 5.
And that's absolutely crazy because one of the things about Jarvan, right, is he not only is the most picked jungler on this patch and the last 2 patches, but on top of that, Jarvan usually has right now has the best win rate, a 52.2% win rate out of any jungler in League across Gold, across Platinum, one of the highest contested. However, people have played against it so long that people are able to find counters. I think Trundle's a good job at it, but right now, bans are being away. Why don't you tell us what the bans are, Zem?
Yep, so we have the Nami and Veigar yet again. This has been consistent for the last couple of games. As we mentioned, just like last time, Nami is, even though it's a support, it's really an easy ban because Lucian is one of his best champions. And then Mordekaiser Olaf were also in the last ban in Game 3 of Romeo, but this time around, that Trundle is out of here.
Yeah, and of course, Mord Wukong going. A lot of junglers gone. Jarvan still left up, and another key pick left up is Jinx. I am a firm believer in the Jinx army, that Jinx is one of the best ADCs left on the Rift, and if either of these ADCs do pull it out, I wouldn't be surprised to see that team go all the way. There's so much you can do with Jinx, especially if you pull maybe a Jinx Jarvan combo, right? Those rockets are deadly, and we're getting a no pick here. I think production will update us on what that's supposed to be any moment.
I was gonna say, I guess we're kind of having a pacifist approach to Game 4. It was, I choose no champions, no more battling over this rift right now.
Pull the Hunger Games. We won't kill each other. We're splitting the championship.
Actually, hold on. I can try to look since I'm in the lobby there. If they
now, of course, Zach gonna get picked as a counter at the moment. We got Zach and Seraphine. That's the first 2 picks of
It's Aphelios, by the way. Aphelios first pick.
Aphelios. Then that makes Zach and Seraphine deadly. Of course, Aphelios, not one of the fastest moving champs in the game, to have a Zach after seeing Black Eyed Peas everywhere across the Rift. Now they have to watch it out, not just him being everywhere, but coming from anywhere as well onto a slow-moving champion like Aphelios.
And of course, with that imaginary Aphelios being first picked on Eclipsing Tides, the Thresh is the insta-lock to go with it. The most patented bot lane partner for Aphelios over the last couple of seasons here. Ryze also being selected this time around. I like this out of Eclipsing Tides because now Cam can't get that banned potentially in the later side, and he was able to pop off in earlier on the Ryze.
Yeah, Ryze also a really good pick for being able to travel the map, but the Orianna going to be the response. And I think Orianna is also a very strong pickup here. Of course, Shockwave can do a lot for dragging people into a position for Encore or Slingshot. And on top of that, the shield that can come out from Orianna is magnificent on engaged champions.
And here we are in the second half of the ban phase here. So Malphite and Gwen have been taken away. Gwen has consistently been banned in this series. They don't like her value as a carry, as an AP carry in the top lane. So Eclipsing Tides taking that away from CB Rangers. No marksman has been picked yet either, unless we're going to run back the Seraphine ADC like we did last game. So obviously that's something Eclipsing Tides has to be prepared for as an option. So the last ban is Kennen, meaning that Kennen and Trundle combo that was so strong last time, both of those have been drafted or have been banned away this time, excuse me.
Yeah, a key duo for CB Rangers. Now, of course, with that Zach picked up, they already have some pretty good synergies across the team, but I do wonder what's going to be that top pairing to go with Zach, whether Black Eyed Peas is going to focus it as heavily, or if he might focus Buck. I do think Buck's a good lane to fight with, but the Jax pickup here, Zeb.
Yeah, so Jax is your answer as your top laner with Zac synergy. If you get a gank, Jax is going to be an absolute bully up in the top lane. And what I like about this CB Rangers this time, keeping the flexibility on Red 5. Is Seraphine the bot lane carry? Is she the support? You're going to have to lock your composition in before we reveal that information. Swain, locked in here as potential mid lane. We've also seen a lot of Swain top as well in the playoffs, so kind of not necessarily locked into which solo lane this Swain is going to be for, and looks like we just need a jungle out of Eclipsing Tides, and the answer is the big tree himself, Maokai.
They have such a strong team fight comp on both these teams right now, I'd argue. Maokai can do so much with those roots. Of course, Swain, someone who just wants to get into the middle of your team. And with how hard Rangers kind of engages into you with that Zac, it could be very useful and can keep the never move alive for a long time, right? And then, of course, Thresh, if he can get a nice pick, can be strong. But here we go! What a pickup from the ADC role!
Yeah, I saw this in chat earlier when I was watching, when I got in here, that they said get Old Man Genetics on Vayne, and this is the position for it. I was going to say, if they lock in Renata again, I would not have been a fan of that pick. I would not have liked that passive bot lane here, because you just got, if you had Seraphine, Orianna, Zach, it's just a little too slow for my liking. But Vayne can really ramp up the pace here, and in a team fight, if you're, facilitating those fights for her to stay healthy and just rush down. Imagine how Jax and Vayne synergize at a fight here.
And this is just, it's such an interesting pickup too, because Vayne is not traditionally a champion that's really good in competitive, right? It's one of those champions that can carry. It definitely has its role, but it's not like a traditional ADC where you're like peeling for them. You want them to get into the fight and they're just doing a ton of damage. Vayne is one of those champions. You're focusing a single target, you're slowly taking them down, and you're able to kind of fend for yourself by rolling around, using that E to stun people off for walls, and just kind of shredding through the tanks as much as you can. And that's what we're going to see here. And I feel like Rangers has done such a good job last game of picking weird things. And now there's a Vayne pickup. Is going to be really interesting to see how they roll. I think it's great here, too. You're against Swain, you're against Maokai, you're against Thresh. 3 super tanky champions. And Ryze even has a fair bit of health to go along with him. That this Vayne and her true damage is going to really come alive as long as she can position well and survive behind the team, and with such a good front line to go along with it. I think this Vayne pickup can be really good as long as they kite well, watch the range, and Old Man Genetics' fingers are ready to fly. He better feel like he's 20 again.
Yeah, definitely having a resurgence in this best of 5 for Old Man Genetics, going toe-to-toe with statistically the strongest ADC in the league. And just, Romeo looking at these team comps again, the thing I'm thinking about of Maokai jungle is Maokai's really been the face of Divinity League for the season. It was statistically the most picked champion in the regular season. However, that was under a different pretense where Maokai used to be busted for most of the winter season. So we're not currently in that world existing anymore. And I think the Maokai Zac interactions, if I were to say after post nerfs and everything like that, I feel like I'd give the advantage to Zac. I could definitely be wrong, but what do you think about this jungle matchup?
As a jungler, I definitely prefer to be the Zac in this situation, just for the pure sake that I think with the way these two junglers have played, right? They have tried to really forego a lot of resources to impact other lanes. And although both Maokai and Zac are good at that, I think Zac is a champion you can be really creative with and open up some great angles. And also, Eclipsing Tide is a really slow-moving team. You got Swain, you got Aphelios, you got Thresh, even Maokai's pretty slow. Zac capitalizes on these slow-moving targets. So as long as CB Rangers can keep good vision control, or even just be good at denying a lot of vision from Eclipsing Tide, and as I already know Black Eyed Peas is good at doing weird angles and just foregoing camps to gank, I think it's really good for them. And on top of that, what's Maokai really going to punish unless he's there to counter gank? Like, I think if Maokai can get some good counter ganks off, they probably win the interaction. But it's about Maokai being there and staying in tune with Zac, which is so hard for them to do. And then on the punishment angle, Maokai doesn't clear particularly quickly. Like, it's a decent clear, but it's nothing insane where he's gonna be able to clear his jungle, then counter the Zac jungle, and then be there, right? It's like he's never gonna be able to do anything aside from knowing where Zac's going to be and counter ganking it that well. So it's really kind of like, I feel like Eclipsing has to play in Black Eyed Peas' world, and that's going to be super difficult to do. But if they pull it off, we'll definitely see a game 5.
Yeah, it might be difficult, Romeo, but you could have some really nice follow-up with both Swain and Thresh. I think there is a lot of Swain and Rise is what I meant to say, because I was going to say there's a lot of AP coming out on Eclipsing Tides, and where most of the AD threat is obviously from their AD carry in Aphelios, who was Easy's one trick, that is his namesake. So, you know, as they're getting ready to draft, or to get into the game, they're locking in their drafts in the client. This Aphelios Vayne matchup, it's going to get super sweaty, and if Old Man Genetics, they do have a game of flexibility if it all goes to the wayside, right? Like, let's give CB Rangers some credit here. They have some wiggle room, but if they do win, the flex of choosing Vayne as your pop-off, like, championship-winning ADC, that would be a cool feeling.
Oh, absolutely. I'm really excited to see what they have in store when we get to the Rift. I think both these team comps look really good. Like, overall as a team comp, I think Eclipsing Tides wins draft a little bit because they don't have a Vayne ADC. But if it's played right, man, if it's played right, I think Rangers comp is going to surprise everyone here, everyone in chat, everyone. Like, all of Divinity leading up to potentially what this game is. Potentially this closing. I think there's so many stories to be told. Like you mentioned, Maokai's a running face. I feel like we've seen some great plays out of people on Thresh. We have the top ADC in the league against somebody who just pulled out goddamn Vayne. This game is going to be so interesting, and it really can make for a climactic finish, or what could be the penultimate into a climactic finish for Divinity. So I really can't wait to see what happens when we get to the Rift.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely agree with you. I'm very excited. Before we take a break as we load into Summon's Rift, I do want to give a shout out to the raid, low budget LCS. Thank you for rating the stream here in Titan Esports. You came at the perfect time for your viewers, because you might be witnessing a championship being crowned in this match. But we are going to take a break as we get set up for this round, or this game 4 between CB Rangers and Eclipsing Tides. When we come back, are we going to have our winter season champion, or are we going to see a game 5? Let's find out together when we come back. right, everybody, we are here for Game 4 between CB Rangers and Eclipsing Tides. I am Zemanon, joined by Romeo for this potentially decisive Game 4 matchup. CB Rangers is one win away from crowning their championship here in the winter season.
This game means everything to both these teams. Of course, CB Rangers will have 2 chances at winning. This is one of them. All the marbles on the table. You know, every member of these teams, all 10 players on this rift, have to be ready and sweaty if they want to win the Divinity League Championship.
And speaking of, just looking at some of the summoner spells, we do have 2 TPs on the side of with Krima and Barak, I should say. However, it is Flash Ghost on the Swain top, which is actually something we have seen multiple times at this point. It just means that they are down a teleport, something they have to be concerned about.
And like, on one hand, it means if they are at the team fight, definitely more resources to make it go in your favor. But on the same token, I feel like this game, when you look at these comps, it really is going to come down to people being at fights, and to have the extra TP advantage on that exchange can do wonders for your team in the right situations.
In the last game that Cam was on Rise, their victory this series, he was 7-1. Can he do the same thing here? Can Zach get a successful gank? He will actually blow both summoners from EXO. I don't know about blowing the ghost there if you're just going to flash away. Anyway, they do ping. Jax pings that both of those summoners are down. And here we have a match between Orianna and Rise. They're both able to flash out of the way for Orianna. One more auto attack. First blood handed over to Barak. He was talking trash in the comments in the Twitch chat between games, and now he's getting first blood.
What an outplay to open up this match! Shows you how badly Barak wants it. He's turned this series around for him. You were telling me earlier he was having a rough match, and Ari, last game most damage here, opens this game with a beautiful flash outplay into a kill. Came down to the wire, but to open up your lane with that first blood can be the just a massive difference maker. And for Barak, it's a great thing to see if you're him. You know the confidence is there. You know the drive to win is there. Just what a strong opening from CB Rangers.
Dude, EX has 5 farm right now at this point after blowing both of those summoners. Just a huge CS loss early against Krama and his Jax. You could try to keep it at your turn, but eventually Krama is able to get it under, and this freeze will not stick. But I just think that's you don't want to give over first blood and then in your counter pick top lane matchup, because they picked Swain after Jax was revealed to be kind of, having such a bad laning matchup early.
But you know what? If you look at the bot lane, it's the same difference between Easy and Old Man Genetics. And in this game, it's going to matter a lot more. Old Man Genetics is not on a Seraphine. He's not on a champion that can thrive without a lot of CS. He needs to be keeping in tandem with Easy. And as I say that, it closes a little bit. But overall, Easy is staying pretty ahead in the CS advantage.
Yeah, but I definitely understand what you're saying. Sure, it might fluctuate a little bit, but actually, the hook does not fluctuate. It goes exactly where he needs it to go, and Peacemaker gets killed. Importantly, Aphelios gets the gold there. Pull from Swain is not going to be enough to take down Krama, so Jax walks out, and now we're back even in kills.
And it's such a big kill for Eclipsing Tides. Not only is it a wonderful hook from Zon Lilac, it also goes to the Aphelios. And that's exactly the target you wanted on, especially early in the game. Gonna start that advantage rolling, and we know Easy's arguably one of the best players in Divinity. To give him a kill early, he's gonna do things with it.
Yeah, for sure. This is a great response out of Eclipsing Tides to give over first blood, but then get that gold right back on to Easy. Easy also starting the longsword instead of a Doran's Blade, so that way he's already that much closer, just a little bit closer to the Noon Quiver and hitting that power spike on Aphelios. Just getting away essentially with that type of build makes a lot of sense. In Vayne, if Old Man Genetics falls behind, you got a real problem on your hands for CB Rangers.
Wait a minute, is Zach starting Dragon? It looks like Zach has started Dragon, and they're going once again for this 5-minute Dragon play, and I don't think Eclipsing Tides are any wiser. It's just taking a long time here as they move over.
Maokai is at his own Raptor camp, so he's not going to be able to respond. Thresh is at least coming up. They're in the area. Zon Lala, can he do anything? You have the hook available. This dragon's down to 1,000 HP, hooking the dragon, but does not have smite, obviously, as a support. So instead, the Zac will be able to take that away, and Hextech Dragon headed over to CB Rangers.
Shades of last game starting to form with that early dragon pickup. It is a nice dragon to have. Hextech Dragon, I don't think it's as good as Ocean overall in the early game, but it's going to reduce some of that ability haze. It's going to give you some thinking. Here's a slingshot.
There's Black Eyed Peas. He gets the hit there on the Gig. Zon Lilac trying to flay them out of the area. Old Man Genetics is really low. Zon Lilac flashing forward, but he cannot get the auto attack. Black Eyed Peas is going to pop his passive there. Everybody else walking away. Flash forward from Spy Kid to kill Seraphine. Are they able to kill the Zac as well? Yes, that gold going over to Easy. Very important there. I think they kind of, they're able to return that fight into their favor, even though they were the ones that got ganked first.
And just like we were talking about in the draft, if Spy Kid is there to counter gank when Black Eyed Peas goes in, it turns into Eclipsing Tides' favor. He's able to get the cleanup, and you just see how much damage was output instantly between the three members of CB Rangers. It felt like they all got chunked. What was a little bit weird is Peacemaker still tried to save Black Eyed Peas when it was a little bit too late, and ultimately it cost them quite a bit. Easy has a strong advantage both in plating, CS, and in kills right now, and upon this back, that bot lane is going to be so hard for CB Rangers to deal with.
Yeah, Black Eyed Peas is in the bot lane yet again, but nobody is there as Aphelios and Thresh have started their recalls, and now having the Noon Quiver finish there and a crit cloak, tier 2 boots as well as Aphelios is going to be moving around quicker as well, and that's one of the ways that you can actually keep up with Vayne, since she does like to tumble around, right? She likes to get the advantage in the movement game in the one-on-one against an ADC. If you already have your tier 2 boots, you can kind of stay on par with her.
Yeah, and it is a very important thing to stay on par with her. But right now, if we're looking across the rifts right now, it feels like Eclipsing Tide is in control. That Swain has come back in CS. The only gap we're really seeing that favors CBR is that mid lane. Even Maokai, this is one of the first games we're seeing him really take the screws to Black Eyed Peas, really able to show up for those ganks. And because of that, they're going to be able to get this Rift Herald first, most likely, unless CBR tries to do anything to contest it.
Black Eyed Peas, Cam has to flash out of the way as the Zac was just too much of a threat. Don't want to give over your HP as the rest of your team is in the area at the Rift Herald. They are walking away though because Flash into stun on Krama, on Cam, knock up as well. 2-man knock up. Cam is going to go down. This Rise is dead. Old Man Genetics does claim that kill. EX popping his ult just to be safe so they cannot claim any more on that side. And now CB Rangers has the advantage, has the pressure to pick up the first Rift Herald of the game.
Now, it's a really good rotation, but what they do with this Herald is what is going to be the difference maker overall. Yeah, they got a kill, but with this rotation, you know Aphelios is murdering that bot tower. Again, last game, it worked out for them. They got quite a bit of gold from the Rift Herald. They were able to kind of rehabilitate the plating, but you got to keep in mind, this plating is all solo gold. 4 easy. 4 plates of solo gold is what's going to be sitting on Eclipsing Tides easy. 2 kills, more CS. He is in the most favorable position I think I've seen him in this series, and if they're not able to neutralize that threat, it is going to be a world of hurt for CB Rangers.
I'm guessing, Romeo, if you were in this match and you picked up that Rift Herald, we've noticed the big CS differential is Orianna in the mid lane, right? So maybe pop Rift Herald in the mid lane where that is your one sort of winning lane currently to try to counteract how big bot lane is winning with Easy picking up those plates.
It's definitely an argument. I think the Rift Herald can do a few good things popping in mid, especially if it gets you that mid turret, right? If you can find a kill on Rise and then take that mid turret, it makes Rise have a much more difficult time ulting into other lanes because he's going to have to lead behind a T2 instead of a T1. And on top of that, yeah, you're going to give Orianna a more sizable lead. But I think there's also an argument to place it top and steamroll Jax and then have that split pushing threat or team fighting threat depending on what you choose. And it looks like that's what they're going to be doing here.
Rift Herald is popped into the top lane. Krem are going to dash out thanks to the help of Black Eyed Peas. They'll get a little bit of gold for themselves from the Rift Herald, but they're not able to take down the entire first turret in the top lane. There still is one plate as well, and like, look, we've taken a lot of plates here. There's still a couple of minutes left on turret plating that they can potentially, Aphelios can try to take down the entire turret before the plates despawn at 14 minutes.
You know what? I really don't like that top play. I think that was a huge misuse of Herald, just because you spent so much resources on getting it. And yeah, you get, what, 200 extra gold per person-ish from the way it was used, but why not wait? Why not wait to give them a more favorable position? We've seen these waves bounce back and forth. You have 3 minutes. See if you can find an angle to kill Swain and then use the Herald on top of that. From showing top, they lose this dragon. I feel like they lost more off dropping that Herald for the quick 200 gold than they would have if they just waited, used some patience, and then ultimately used that Herald on what, I mean, almost any play is going to be a better play than that one with that Herald.
And you could have like even done the patented like dropped Herald mid as dragon spawns to force them to be distracted as you go take down the dragon. That was an opportunity that CB Rangers really missed here, but Black Eyed Peas does hop over the wall, and the Encore is used as well. It's time for the bounce house. He's been rooted. He can't really get into the face of easy whatsoever because Spy Kids will not allow it. Zach passive is popped. They're going to try to destroy these blobs before they can come back together, and Zon Lilac ultimately the last one to hit the slime and get that kill.
You know, I'm not sure if it's because I'm Canadian, but there's a rule that sticks with me in my head when I'm going against Aphelios, and it involves two colors. One of them is red, and one of them is white. And the first thing I noticed, I'm not sure if you guys heard me say, oh God, but the first thing I noticed when Zach is charging that slingshot is you are going into a red and white Aphelios. And listen, Canadians in war do a lot of damage, and Aphelios is red and white does significantly more. And just like that, yeah, you land a slingshot, but they have flash up, right?
Oh, Rise ulted behind Krema, but because of the blast cone, he's actually able to get out into the river for free, so that's a cooldown that's been used by Cam there to really get no value added out of it. And yes, Romeo, I agree with you on that's now the second time Black Eyed Peas has leaped over the wall into a gank bot lane that he's been punished for. The first time he gave Easy those 2 kills, and this time around, sure, Thresh might have got the gold for it, but that's 2 failed ganks in the bot lane now. Like, what does that do to your confidence when you're picking Zach? You're the guy that can gank from any angle, but every time you do, it's actually costing your team, gold.
And I think it's crazy to see the difference between this game and last game. I think I'm still firmly believing that Black Eyed Peas is a phenomenal jungler. He's one of the best I've casted for in this elo. I think he's an incredible jungler overall, but I think this game is showing a few flaws with his game plan. He likes to play early, but when he falls behind early or he's getting counter ganked, it's really hard for them to play. And Eclipsing Tide is exploiting this weakness perfectly from Spy Kids on Maokai, and you have to wonder, what's going to change? Are they going to be able to change it in time for this match? And if not, what does this mean for a potential game 5, right? Especially with them realizing this weakness. The other thing, I think Black Eyed Peas might have been more beneficial to be ganking top here, because Vayne, right, is a great champion, but it takes them a bit to come online. You're going into an Aphelios Thresh who can do a lot and getting counter ganked by Maokai. Meanwhile, you have this Jax top and a slow-moving Swain. Why are we not exploiting the Swain overall and trying to get Jax ahead, and then once again moving that into the rest of the map? I think there's been a few flaws that need to get fixed, but it's going to be so hard because of how much damage has been done. And like, look, Aphelios already has Gale Force and Berserkers. That's extremely hard to play against.
There is the leap from Black Eyed Peas. Can he get the root? He does, pulling Cam forward, but they're obviously not going to be able to continue anything else because Thresh is in the area, and Swain using his skill there to force them out of the mid lane. Spy Kid is up pretty well in CS, almost a 30 CS differential between the two junglers. Then the demonic embrace has been completed. This is kind of I don't know, we're not playing in February anymore, so like it's kind of a different, Maokai has kind of had to adapt with the nerfs and the changes to his jungle and everything, but it seems like Spy Kid has not adapted yet.
Well, the thing is, Demonic still works. Lucidity, you can still make a case for, especially considering like, you're playing into Vayne, right? Like, you're going to be dealing with the true damage anyways. The thing is, Spy Kids is going to be a lot weaker late game. He's going to be a lot less healthy late game, and he's not going to be chunking people to half health, and they need to be prepared to not see Vayne lose half her health bar because she walked into a sapling. That's not how it worked anymore. Is it still good? Yes. Are Brutal Lucidity still arguable? Yes. Is Sunfire better than Mnemonics? It depends who you ask. I
don't think it's troll or anything.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's just like one of the main intentions of the Maokai nerf was so that you didn't build Demonic Embrace first anymore.
And, again, it still helps with the clear. It's just, is it optimal? It depends on the situation. Is it optimal here? I don't necessarily think so. You have enough damage. I mean, maybe just like. I preferred Sunfire's personally because I think it does you more.
Oh, flash hook onto Orianna, and Barak is stuck in the death sentence as well. A bunch of ultimates used just to get that kill secured from Barak, and he loses his life for it. A nice pick from Eclipsing Tides.
Kind of out of nowhere there, to be completely honest. So, a good pick, especially with Dragon up. They're gonna be able to get a free Dragon. However, to be fair, Krema is doing a lot to try to neutralize the gains in this top lane.
No. I got a little excited there, Romeo. I apologize. I've seen Swain be really annoying in scenarios like that.
I think we've just been seeing Eclipsing Tide do a lot of things just out of nowhere and to success. And I think that's the perfect way to play with a Thresh Maokai. You are able to catch people from a screen away with like a flash hook, and then they don't get to move, they don't get to play, and Eclipsing Tide have been playing to that perfectly. Absolutely phenomenally, and this is why they are a finalist team. This is why they could potentially be our Divinity champions.
Looking at Old Man Genetics, down 60 CS, as well as that obviously kill that Aphelios has the advantage over as well. Vayne, sure, she likes to scale, but so does Aphelios. Lilac is in a really tough spot. Unfortunately, though, Black Eyed Peas is not able to get the knockup, being forced to use his ultimate on to Cam going forward, but then he's able to get out. Spy Kid trying to protect him, but no, Old Man Genetic is able to get in his face, and one last auto takes him down. Peacemaker, if you get rooted by this, you're in a really bad spot. Easy claiming the kill on Seraphine, and now Old Man Genetics is dead too. Gold handed over to Spy Kids.
And once again, Easy coming in with the red and white guns, cleaning it up. That's 3-0-4. They pop the Guild Force, get some more gold on them, get some more kills. Has to be feeling nice.
Death sentence hitting at the right time, but the shutdown. Orianna popping Aphelios in that position. That's a lot of gold handed over to the mid laner. The one area of the map that CB Rangers is winning their lane. That's crucial that she got the shutdown.
You know what? You know what feels a little bit nicer than cleaning up a couple people who already have quite a bit of deaths? Killing the Fed Aphelios. You proved to yourselves right there that they are killable. They are capable of stepping in a position, and if they can find that in a crucial team fight, they can flip this game on its head. I see people, they're calling for this game 5. However, slip-ups like that is what changes the tides, and a team named after that needs to be ready. They need to play safe. Now, of course, that kill on Aphelios wasn't that damning, but it's the fact that you now give CBR the hope of that possibility that can flip everything, especially with Baron so close. You die that close with Baron and have more of your teammate members up, that Baron can change the rift.
Yeah, for sure. We are 19 minutes into the game with just the two dragons on the side. Infernal is really nice for obviously just in general as a rift and as a dragon soul. Infernal soul is very nice, but obviously if Easy was able to get that Infernal soul, he'd be even more of a damage threat than he is already on this 2-item power spike Aphelios compared to Vayne and Old Man Genetics, who just has the Kraken Slayer. And sure, Kraken Slayer, it does a lot of damage. It's very nice, but it's not the same as Aphelios' 2 items.
I also want to point out that I'm pretty sure the more popular build in Vayne is you go shield bow for the protection, for the ability to weave yourself in and out. To go Kraken is both good and bad, because on one hand, yeah, you are taking out people quicker, you have a lot of tanks. I think Kraken is, by the way, I'm not saying Kraken's the wrong item here, to be clear. I just think it does make this game so much harder to play for Old Man Genetics. They don't have the safety net that many Vaynes like to play around.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. It's not bad to use Kraken's Blade because obviously Kraken is a great mythic in general for ADCs, but specifically for the Vayne. It's just different. It changes your playstyle, and we can try to get back to that point as Cam has to run away from Krama and right into the waiting arms of Spy Kid and EX. This is a 3-on-1, make it a 3-on-2 as the teleport comes through for Barak. That is going to be enough pressure to force the blue side off of that gank, and Krama will get out with his life.
And I have to say, Krema has been a crucial point of contention for CBR in this top lane. They might not have any kills, but they have gotten the pressure of their lane. They are forcing Eclipsing Tides to use a lot of time, and that's time that Vayne can use to catch up for these plays, right? I think Krema has been like an underrated part of CBR in this game, and I'm interested to see what's going to happen in these team fights. Are we going to be seeing 5v5s for the Dragon? Of course, with an Inferno Soul on board, these Dragons are a massive part of this game. Or is Krema going to be focusing on going after those towers, trying to split push top, create long lanes, and really make an impact outside of the team fight?
Spy Kid and Black Eyed Peas kind of interacting there, but Spy Kid is able to walk away for free, so Black Eyed Peas will also get out of the area. We're obviously having a big fight coming up in the river, and the death sentence is not timed exactly perfect on the TP. Would have been really nice for Thresh to hit that hook as Krama got into lane, but is CB Rangers going to be able to pick up their second dragon of the game, or will Eclipsing Tides get onto Dragon Soul Point?
With it being a 5v5, this fight could potentially be game-changing, maybe even game-winning if your team can get the ace. It is everyone in the river ready to go. They already burnt a flash from the
flashed
Orianna.
away from that hook.
Dragon started, but Orianna's not near them. The fight's already breaking out.
Eclipsing Tides has control of the Dragon Pit right now. Krama is on the front lines. He's able to hop onto EX, but he just ults anyway, and he's not in threat of being killed whatsoever. Bounce House popped from the Zac to try to get them down, but EX is just so much lifesteal, so much. As a battle mage, you cannot take this Rise and Swain down. The triple kill handed over to Easy, as I was focusing on the lifesteal of Swain and the battle mage aspects of their solo laners. Easy was too busy focusing everybody else down on CB Rangers' side for kills.
And Easy doing just his namesake, making it look so easy. Has the red and white, cleaning up that fight so well. And I think it just shows how cohesive Eclipsing Tide can be. On top of that, burning Orianna's flash pre-fight, keeping Barak from ever entering that river to be there, then going in when it's a 4v5. And because of that, they just got so much. They get Baron, they get Dragon. Game 5 is not just looking soon, it's looking pretty well inevitable after that fight. It's a 1-for-4 exchange. They have a 6k gold gap, just omnipotently well played from Eclipsing Tide. A huge difference from last game.
Yeah, and the Radiant Virtue is in now, just trying to catch up on some of the items that they've been built. Vayne still is only at 1.5 items, as it looks like Easy is very close to completing the Infinity Edge there, but Rod of Ages has hit the 10-minute mark on the Swain, and we are halfway through that for Rise as well, so Cam will eventually hit his 10 minutes and level up as well. So as this game goes on, I think they still just even look stronger and stronger.
Yeah, they just, there's no stopping. And the thing is, it's not just a kill gap, right? It's also the CS. They're almost Flame Horizon Vayne. They are really approaching that mark that we could see them be 100 CS over Vayne, especially if she dies here.
He's going to be able to get away, though, for Old Man Genetics. Don't have to pop anything like Blow Your Flash, or so just walking away to safety. But yeah, to get Flame Horizon, and when you counter pick the Aphelios with Vayne, where you're feeling confident on Old Man Genetics, if it does end up that way, he's only at the 90 CS mark. We'll make sure to keep all that. But that's kind of a difficult position if you tried to flex and it didn't work.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing we've seen with CP the last couple times. They're very into their flex picks, but by extension, they could have just locked in their ADC early. They already seen that Aphelios and Thresh were showing. Instead, they opted to blind the Jax, right? On top of that, last game, it felt like they had so many flex picks. They were caught into a weird position, and now this game, they're really paying for it.
EX is in a weird position, speaking of, and he can't take the lantern because he's walking the wrong direction. Now he gets it. Encore does charms on Lilac, but that's really the one one target you don't care about. Hitting Spy Kid and Aphelios are in the area to defend. They weren't able to take EX down. They got his ultimate, sure, and there are no summoners on that side, but not enough to get a kill and try to get some of these, try to get back in the game, try to claim some objective bounties. They can't do that.
Yeah, it is looking really, really difficult for CB Rangers. They need to find their footing if they want any chance at coming back in this game. Dragon is up in a minute 55. If Eclipsing Tides get it, it is going to be Inferno Soul, one of the most damning souls in League of Legends history. On top of that, they've had Baron advantage. They have a massive gold lead, and they have that Aphelios. The one thing that CB have to hope for is that they can kill that Aphelios to open a fight. If they bring that Aphelios down in a fight, they still have a really good chance at winning it. It's just, how do you get to that Aphelios? And is there a way to burn the red and white before you enter the fight? That's what they're looking to do here.
Well, yeah, Easy's gun management has been so stellar to always have red and white together at the perfect time. And that's obviously, Aphelios is not a simple champion to play. You have to have mastery of the champion. And as we have mentioned, Aphelios was Easy's one trick before competitive. It was his namesake summoner name was based around Aphelios as well before joining Eclipsing Tides. So I think it just shows, like, to always have the optimal gun, spread at the most important times, that's not an easy skill.
Look, I mean, when you have 200 years of experience in game design to create a champion, which Easy can get 200 years of experience to play, you see him with these skills, especially in Divinity, right? For someone to be so well in tune with, to be so well in tuned with a champion like Aphelios, someone who takes so much skill to play, but once you have that skill, you can be an absolute monster on the Rift, and to bring that to final, it really shows. And it's one of those things where you kind of question, how did Aphelios get through to begin with, especially when it's such a strong champion that someone like Easy can play.
Well, it's because they have to keep banning the Nami, which bans the Lucian, because Easy also pops off on Lucian every single game too. So it's kind of a damned if you, damned if you don't, depending. He's just too good of a player to be banned out. Zarmalik with the flash flay into the box, killing Seraphine, and many more deaths are on the way. Black Eyed Peas tries, but his passive is popped. The double kill handed over to Easy, and he can try to end this game right now. Old Man Genetics might have killed the Thresh, but Aphelios is just going to kill everybody else. The quadra kill for Easy. They will claim the Infernal Soul, and they can try to walk this into the base.
And I think with those timers, it's looking really, really good for them. On top of Inferno Soul, all they have to do is push that mid wave, get to that inhib at very least. 20 seconds still on the timers. And the question is, even if they do respawn, do they have enough in the tank to hold off a push? I'm not sure that's going to be the case, especially when Easy finds himself once again sitting on Chakrams, the red and white combination that he has won every team fight with. There goes one tower, another T3 on the bot side. The inhib in the mid lane gonna fall. The inhib in the bot lane gonna fall, but they're going to opt to back off and head to Baron. Actually, the bot inhib hasn't fallen just yet. Might not even fall. It looks like bot inhib still going to be up, but they're all backing. They're heading for that Baron, and it's all on Black Eyed Peas to steal. There's no way they're gonna win the fight in that pit. It might look like they're gonna opt into it, but I think that would be a pretty big mistake considering how far they are behind. They need to find a way to get that Baron, though. If they lose that Baron, this game is as good as over.
Black Eyed Peas is still level 12. Seraphine is level 12. Thresh is level 11. That is how far behind he has fallen in this match compared to Spy Kid on the Maokai. So now with Infernal Soul in hand, they're going to try to take this Baron. And can CB Rangers do anything to stop it? Easy is able to get it. Maokai taking it down. Now they go over the wall. Peacemaker trying to run away from the ultimate on the Swain, and no, absolutely not. Gets completely destroyed there. Easy killing the jungler yet again. 11-1 on his Aphelios, flashing over the wall, because why take time walking around when flashing can help you win the game earlier? And for anyone with their chat predictions thinking this was going to be 3-1 and CB Rangers favor, well, you might have just lost all of those channel points as they have one last good push in them. The first Nexus turret is down. Spy Kid is killed, but the shutdown handed over to Jax. But can they finish it off? Yes. Orianna has to stay in base, and she can't even because they get the kill. That's an ace. 21-7, 12 kills for Easy. 30 minutes into the game, and we will have a Game 5 here in the Divinity League for Titan Esports.
And we were joking earlier about Spy Kid sending a message on Jarvan with the Cataclysm out of nowhere. But this game truly sends a message going into Game 5. It makes a statement that this late into the playoffs, Eclipsing Tide, this late into the series, they're not going to die. They're not going to go easily. A huge win for them. A lot of punishment CBR just took. And now we go to a Game 5. Both these teams as good as going into that first game. Both these teams now, though, have the opportunity to become champions. All it takes is one last win from both these teams, and they will do it. They will close this split as the Divinity champions. And we've just had such a ride from this series, to go from Game 1 to now Game 5 in here.
Yeah, I mean, to how the series has unfolded. I mean, we've had so much back and forth. I also love that for our friend Daz, the Vayne did get full build with her Blade of the Rune King because that's his favorite item. He likes to point it out every time somebody builds it, and it didn't matter. Obviously, in this match, that was just I don't know how to say it, Romeo. Like, it's kind of like when the player on like a worse team tries to get in Steph Curry's face, right? You're feeling good. You had a nice first quarter, and you're feeling confident about yourself. And then Steph Curry reminds you who he is. And that's what Easy did in this matchup. To lock Vayne as the counter pick into the best ADC in the league is such an overconfidence play that I just don't really understand the point of, especially with the Seraphine too. Like, they just played Seraphine ADC the last time around, and now you flexed support with Vayne. Like, I just wasn't really picking up what CB Rangers' strategy was in that bot lane with the Vayne.
Like, I'm just going to be blunt. This was not a good game from CB Rangers. We're going to be completely honest. CB Rangers have had a phenomenal showing in this playoffs. Last game played really well. They go to Game 4, they're feeling good, but because of that, I think not being on the edge of their seat is kind of what brought them down a little bit. It felt like this game was a big change in form to what we've seen so far, and I think this game acts as a reality check to CB Rangers. They have what it takes to be champion. They have some of the best players to ever step foot in Divinity on their team. It's just about working with what you're good at. They know Old Man Genetics probably isn't going to gap Easy, and it's not because Old Man Genetics is bad, but he isn't that guy who's going to go 300 CS and then carry a team fight, right? Easy is. What they did last game of just having Genetics neutralize him and then do other things worked for them. Not time to change it. This is all going to come down to it, though, right? This is the silver scrapes of the Divinity League, right? And it's all going to come down to this Game 5 as we move into the next draft.
Let's quickly go over as we get in. Obviously, spoiler alert, Aphelios popped off 22,000 damage, doing way more than everyone else just on his team and in the game in general. I will say Barak was actually kind of solid, obviously getting that first blood as well. And Kramer wasn't terrible on the Jax. He was in a counterpick situation, so that was the unfortunate part where he wasn't able to pop up, but their solo lanes were fine. CB Rangers have to make the adjustments here. It is essentially this best of 5 has come down to a best of 1, and Romeo, thank you so much for hanging out here with us this series. I believe, fingers crossed, Daz is coming back in for Game 5. I think I see him in the chat talking about it being excited. So for now, we're going to take a break. We're gonna chill and relax and get excited at the same time to some silver scrapes. When we come back, we will have our last match between CB Rangers and Eclipsing Tides. Cue the music. The time has come. Winter has turned to spring, but we're still in winter here in the Divinity League. Zemanon and Daz here for the last matchup between CB Rangers and Eclipsing Tides. We are here, the best part of a best of five everyone wishes for when you start the series. We just want to make it to game 5, Daz, and finally we get to see it. I have no idea what's going to happen, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched all 4 games tonight. I feel like drafts have been kind of unpredictable. I feel like we've been all over the place in how this game is executed. So, really, I don't know if I want to see anyone really focus on the previous 4 games. I think the first 4 games have been, both teams really going for it, really pushing for everything. And I kind of want them to just let it go through, right? Let it ride. I know pick ban is important, but, at this point, let's just let the bans go easy and let's just play, let everyone play their best champion and just see where it comes down to. Because, I think everyone has shown across both teams, a really good head about the game. and being able to just show that off is really important. So yeah, I hope the bans aren't too crippling. You know, yes, the game could be won and lost there, but you know, let's just see some gameplay.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you. I think the biggest thing right now is for CB Rangers to shrug it off. That's the number one thing. That was just in, you know, as we were talking about, just really tough display as a unit, as a team of 5 in that match to allow Easy to pop off that highly on his most, you know, beloved pick on Aphelios there. So if you're Black Eyed Peas, you've had a kind of a mixed bag in this series, but to be fair, so has Spy Kid. I think both of the junglers have kind of had, you know, high and low valleys in their performance in this set. So just shrug it off and try to go with something a little more consistent here in Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the junglers are kind of where I think the difference could be made here, right? Like, if one of the junglers wants to step up, either Spy Kid or Black Eyed Peas, we are in for a very, very different game. So that's going to be a big focal point for me. CB Rangers sticking on the blue side, obviously want that power pick number 1, taking away the Nami to start. So that is just not getting through this set.
No, for sure. The Nami has been banned in all the games because they do not want Lucian in the hands of Easy. Excuse me. But the question at this point is, who can you even allow into play? Because he pops off on Varus, he pops off on Zeri, pops off on Aphelios. There is the Aphelios ban as well. So there's not really a great answer. Unless they ban Zeri here and have a triple ADC ban, you're still going to give Easy something he can carry on.
Well, do you just take the Zeri? That's like, it's a big thing, right? Like, you're obviously asking to see if the Zeri can be taken, but I don't know if that vibes with exactly what Old Man Genetics wants to play. The bands coming through, all focused on that top jungle, Olaf, Trundle, and Mordekaiser, but the Wukong's gone. This early pick is going to be brutal. They're taking away the Veigar, which has been big in this set.
Veigar is the difference because the last couple of games, that Aphelios slot was Veigar as the ban. So now you are effectively getting 4 bans, if you want to look at it that way, on blue side, as you take Aphelios away, and first picking Veigar means that it cannot get into Eclipsing Tides' hands.
Yeah, the Veigar has been a big thing for Eclipsing Tides over the past couple of weeks, so being able to take that away makes a lot of sense. They are going to pick up the Swain, though, which was able to hold its own pretty nicely, you know, and keep Kramer from running away with the game. Even with that Jax pick, is of course flexible around to other roles, so feels kind of powerful here. The Maokai coming through again, obviously did get them the win in the last game, but wasn't the difference maker in my book.
No, for sure. It wasn't necessarily that Spy Kid was winning. It was that Black Eyed Peas was losing the lane by jumping over the wall and just dying multiple times to Aphelios there. So Maokai, but slow and steady, you know. It is if you're not feeling confident on your play and you want to go for something consistent, like we're talking about here in Game 5, you don't want to solo lose the game by yourself, the Maokai makes a lot of sense. And the Swain being locked in this early, I don't know if Eclipsing Tides is going to choose the Rise this early again for Cam, and would you reveal both of your solo laners there? Renata locked in on CB Rangers side. They did win a game in this set with the Renata as their support.
Yeah, I mean, the Renata makes a lot of sense if that's something that they feel more comfortable on. Obviously, going back to things that they've won games with could always help out in this one. But I feel here, I mean, you know, Eclipsing Tides do have the ability to just take an AD carry before the double ban comes in. So getting, you know, their side onto what they want. The Viego in the jungle, something that makes a lot more sense, something a lot more aggressive, and something I know Black Eyed Peas has dabbled in this season. So could be a lot more impactful. But my big question here is Easy just going to pick up an AD carry?
Yeah, do you take the ADC here? Because if you don't, you are gonna have to, you are presuming that you'll have 2 more ADC bans thrown your way, and just gonna make it even more difficult for Easy to carry if more of his popular champions are not going to be allowed through. Sivir is the answer, and I like this. We're talking consistency, Daz. This is Game 5. You don't want to sway anything like the Vayne did for CB Rangers in that match. Sivir, Maokai, Swain seems to be a comfort pick for EX in the top lane. It still is a flex, obviously, but I really like taking your marksman right now before 2 more bans get thrown that direction.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Get the marksman picked up and get it away from trouble. The bans coming through thick and fast in the second phase, though, as it's Gwen and Kennen taking away Eclipsing Tides, getting those off the field, so making sure the Sivir can't get dove. And then the Malphite Rise. The Rise
is banned, but Jace is up.
Tides.
Jace is up. The last time they won that, right? They had that weird game with Kennen and Jace. Jace is still available here if you wanted to try to pick him, and that is now we're going to see this red for lock-in. Will it be the support slot, or will they go for the other solo lane?
Support.
Yeah, I think that's the best spot to do, but looking at and the Thresh, okay, Thresh taking it away there. Sivir Thresh, you don't see as often as some of Thresh's other partners like Aphelios, but they can definitely still work together.
Yeah, I mean, Zonlight had a great game the last game on the Thresh as well, so being able to, just catch people with the hook, particularly champions that are coming towards you, like the Viego, makes a lot of sense, and you can also kind of just work through that Veigar and the zone that it puts down. Saw a lot of really good flash hooks in the last game, so Zonlight, got to be feeling good, especially being next to Easy. Jax being picked once again by CB Rangers. Definitely going to need to see a little more focus on the Jax if you want to make it work. And now you got to blind pick a mid here. Obviously, that is going to be going onto the side of our friend Barok. And, that does leave the counter pick available to Cam. And I think Cam has been pretty steady throughout this whole series. The mid laners have both been steady. And maybe, with a nice clean counter pick, this could be the big change for the side of Eclipsing Tides.
There's Orianna for Barok here in this game 5, and we want everybody to feel comfortable. He did have his first blood in game 4 there, was feeling really confident talking in Twitch chat and popping off with the first blood there. So Veigar is the bot lane carry in this matchup. It was definitely something we could have assumed, but it was not locked in until that 5th pick of Orianna was selected, and now it's down to this one last pick for Eclipsing Tides. The 10th champion selected in this game of 5 will be Vladimir. So pretty bloody side here with Vladimir and Swain as your solo laners.
Yeah, Vladimir and Swain can swap around pretty neatly too, because the Vladimir can obviously sustain against that Jax. But I have a feeling the Vladimir is just going to go into the mid lane, just going to be able to kind of hold things down there. I know that's something that Cam has been able to play a little bit in solo queue, particularly in the last couple of days as well. So being able to pick that one up is a nice one. And another thing, right? If you can just pull through the Veigar cage, you're able to just walk away from it at any point. So these cages are going to have to be absolutely on point from Barok to be able to make the most of this Veigar. That said, both the mid laners do want to scale, and that's something that I think is interesting. The other thing I think is interesting here is this triple AP threat, essentially, or 2.5 AP threats from the side of Eclipsing Tides, and the Swain, the Maokai, and the Vlad. Someone like the Jax could build a Spirit Visage, pick that one up nice and early. Same with the Viego, actually, and start to tank a little bit easier.
I was going to say with the Viego, I think it makes more sense on because he might be you might be kind of interacting with them in their different areas more often if you wanted to build it early as that argument. But this was what Eclipsing Tides did in the last game. They had the 3 AP carries with Maokai, Swain, and Ryze. This time around, Ryze was banned, so they had to pivot towards their other carry in Vladimir, which Cam has a lot of experience on. And that just simple interaction of pulling out of Veigar cage if you have to face it at team fights. They're not landing against each other, but in fights it can really be huge because Veigar could just waste that crucial ability for nothing on the Vlad. But Daz, as we look at the squad, the Viego pick here, what it spells to me, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it has some of the abilities and aspects that Jarvan has, but Jarvan's just not feeling hot right now from either of these junglers, so we're going to go for the Viego instead.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see the Viego get involved, right? That's been my biggest complaint over the course of the series is the junglers haven't been involved enough, and if this Viego can get into lanes, land those stuns, get to those item breakpoints earlier, that could be really, really big here. So that's where I want to see the focus. I think there's a lot to be said, particularly with CB Rangers coming in off that loss. I do think if Black Eyed Peas can pick up, an early couple kills, or at least successful ganks, right? Blowing flashes, taking pressure away, that is going to be a big difference.
All right, so we are, as they're getting set up in the draft, we are going to take a quick break and get excited. Get your channel points in if you still have any, because I know a lot of people blew their channel points in one of the games. That was a big swing. So if you have any channel points left here at Titan Esports, make sure you lock those in for this 5th and decisive game between Eclipsing Tides and CB Rangers, because when we come back, one of these two teams will be the champion of the Divinity League. So don't go anywhere. Of all the Summoner's Rift in all the world, you walk into Titan Esports Game 5 between CB Rangers and Eclipsing Tides. The winner of this match will be the Winter Season champion, and the flash forward already as EX with the stun, and he's dead. 45 seconds into the game, Viego is potentially stealing the hearts of Eclipsing Tides and getting a huge first blood.
I feel like we've seen this before. I feel like we've seen a couple game 5s where people just go crazy. They do the 5-man invade and they get the early kill. That is a massive change of pace for Black Eyed Peas there as a player I've been a little bit critical of tonight. Being able to say, you know what, I don't think you've been putting up the numbers. You've not been getting involved. Well, prove me wrong, I guess, and get involved before the minute mark.
4 summoners used. EX also used both of his, so that's going to hurt him in the laning phase, obviously. Against the, so right, that's what I'm trying to say is even though 4 is higher than 2, obviously maths is maths for you guys, it still was worth.
Yeah, that's huge, and that's going to give so much confidence over to the side of Black Eyed Peas as well, knowing that you're already up a longsword, you've already got that 400 extra gold. Get in those lanes, get involved, and cause those problems. So let's see, how this can be taken advantage of, right? I want to see exactly where, the side of CB Rangers are going to be able to get involved and start causing those problems. They're already up 600 gold. They did, of course, rack up those assists as well, which is just a little bit of extra gold in all of the other lanes.
Yeah, and then just as we saw as the bot lane was getting in for CB Rangers, Thresh landing the hooks on Lilac, trying to just slow them down a little bit to help Sivir start to get a lead here. We would anticipate, unless Old Man Genetics gets really funky or maybe a big Black Eyed Peas gank, that Sivir and Easy, he can kind of just free farm a little bit, quote unquote free farm I should say, because nothing is free in a competitive scene, but it's not like Veigar by himself is going to stop Easy from picking up all of the CS.
Yeah, this is going to be a lane that's going to be pushed in and is going to be inviting, of course, Black Eyed Peas and that first blood right down to the bot lane as well. As long as they can avoid the Boomerang Blade, the Q out of the Sivir, I think they'll be in a pretty good spot. This is, of course, Old Man Genetics just trying to keep things going as Barok has gone really hard on Cam here. And getting the level up has made that trade look way, way better too.
Yeah, Barok has actually been really nice into Cam for a lot of the early games happening in this set. Like, sure, Cam had the one pop-off match on Rise with his 7 kills, but that wasn't until later on in the game that the Rise really came into focus. And, the other note on why I also like Sivir into the Veigar matchup is because of your spell shield. You do have a way of getting around the cage, right? But you do have to try to save that as well as your cleanse. You have like multiple ways of not getting caught by the Veigar Renata.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing as well about the mid lane. These trades really don't matter. Barok is getting that little bit of like poke down, but that's just so easy for the Vladimir to heal off, as we've seen already in this lane. So now, even after winning those early trades, Barok is just a little bit behind and has to focus on clearing out the wave as well. So this is going to be like Black Eyed Peas coming through. Doesn't have the flash though, so closing the gap on Cam is going to be really hard. But Cam is running kind of the wrong way. This can get dangerous as Spy Kid is here too.
Yeah, I was going to say, can Spy Kid save Cam from death? And for now, the answer is yes. They are going to walk down into the river. Still too early for the dragon to be spawning, obviously. They're a minute early on that. But Cam is able to walk back into lane for free without having to waste any summoner spells.
Yeah, I mean, just really nicely timed that.
Lilac with the hook over
goodness.
the wall into Veigar Cage as well. Peacemaker is not having a great time. Zon Lilac has been playing out of his mind in this set. Just really great performance overall in all 5 of these games. Flashing to safety for Cam, but the flash forward for Barok gets the kill again, killing the opposing mid laner early on, just like he did in game 4.
Yeah, that's really nicely done. I mean, there's 2 plays I want to talk about there, right? The play from Eclipsing Tides, trying to get that advantage in the bottom. Knew they kind of had a little bit of rotation there, catching the side of Peacemaker coming back to lane. Weren't able to close that one off, and Old Man Genetics did a really good job of closing that gap with the cage as well. So not letting that one come through as easy as they might have liked was really, really big there. But the middle of the map, we'd already seen Cam, being a little bit liberal with this, was just caught, blew the flash early to get away from the stun of Black Eyed Peas, but it didn't matter because there was, of course, Barok being able to chase down as well with a flash of their own. This is another crazy hook, this time on Old Man Genetics, but that big flash from Barok to seal the kill, make sure you get all of the procs down with this Orianna, made a huge difference, and now this mid lane looking a lot better with the anti-heal already coming through on the side of Barok, picking that up early doors.
Yeah, that was a note as Cam actually popping there, but it's still really low. He's very low. He uses it, you know, he gets his passive up there to stay around, using the pool, flash forward. Oh, Black Eyed Peas missed the hit. Barok gets it anyway, so no harm, no foul. It's totally fine. That would have looked bad for Black Eyed Peas if Barok was not in the area, but Demonic Ascension is popped for EX just to get Jax out of the way, since Jax is only level 5. Hook is going to miss on Zonlilax, and then they're just kind of watching this fight happen here in the river, and blue team going to get that Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really impressive turn of events from CB Rangers. Looking like Roy Kent out there. They're here, they're there, they're every fucking where. But that has been a really nice turn of events. They get this nice play in the mid lane and immediately pivot that into a dragon advantage, which has been a bit of a problem, I think, for, you know, some of the games. Just the dragon advantage hasn't really been, you know, particularly well played. But Barok showing the power of already getting the anti-heal has just kept Cam at bay. And, you know, Cam's had to come back again, is now starting to lose on CS a little bit as well, and just doesn't feel comfortable taking some of these trades that Vladimir's usually are.
And this is what you need to do when you're facing Vladimir, right? You don't want him to be comfortable. You don't want Cam to just scale to infinity. You want him to be pressured at this point. Ori, I don't know, maybe didn't have it there.
It could have been a mana gate issue, but like, I don't know. The shockwave's up, but the Orianna,
yeah, because if you shockwave, you have the time for the auto as well, right? Because there's no flash. Like, so shockwave by itself might have not picked it up. However, the shockwave into auto might have been able to, but Barok just didn't, you know, wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, Barok not.
Oh, there's the shockwave! There he is! Oh, but the pool at the right time for Cam! And Barok's gonna take a turret. He takes the turret shot, though, has to walk away. Peacemaker was in the area to keep him safe, and now Zonlilax is gonna stop any more of a forward press onto the Vladimir.
Yeah, I mean, a really nice shockwave there. Just wasn't able to get that extra bit of damage down. Spiked could be in trouble here.
Flash stun. He gets the ultimate out, but it doesn't do anything. He dies with no teammates in the area to save him, so that's just a wasted cooldown. 4-0 in this game for CB Rangers. Black Eyed Peas playing so much more aggressively on this Viego and getting rewarded for it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what you have to do is give Black Eyed Peas an easy first blood, and he's going to get involved in the map everywhere that he sees fit. This has been a bit of a slow lane, though. I mean, look at the difference. Easy as the carry is somebody to still respect on the side of Eclipsing Tides, picking up nearly a 15 CS lead here, just pushing in that wave over and over again. Old Man Genetics only just hitting 6 as well, where Easy's been sat for a minute or 2. So really, you know, going to be a tough lane. You're just being able to throw hooks for free means Zonlilax still in a great position, but now you can see the top half of the map is being completely dominated by the side of the CB Rangers as they go after the Rift Herald, and they're warding, getting nice and forward in that side as well.
Both of the bot lane carries are not going to be at the Rift if there is some type of altercation, but for now it just looks like CB Rangers has the full coverage in that area, and Viego is able to take the Rift Herald down without a fight. So the question is, you're kind of doing well in all of the lanes, so where do you drop the Rift?
Yeah, I mean, I'd really like to see... I think I'd like to see it mid, honestly. I think
agree.
Getting Barok out and around the map, you know, could be kind of the big play, right? Like, get Barok able to roam down and hassle Easy and Zonlilax a little bit as well. You know, the only issue is you have to deal with Zonlilax potentially hooking you as well, and even moving down to the side.
The shockwave! Cam! It's dead yet again. His third death of the game. Cam is getting camped by CB Rangers. 3 of the 5 deaths on Eclipsing Tides and are for the Vladimir.
Yeah, I mean, let's be frank, Cam's having a bit of a bastard here. Not able to really get those numbers up. 0-3-0, now down 10 CS. A lot of gold going into the side of CB Rangers as well. These plates are getting racked up. The Herald's not going to be able to finish it off. There's still a lot of money going into their pocket before 10 minutes as well. I don't know if they want to keep going with this turret. It's obviously reinforced by the fact that all of the plates just disappeared, but it appears Black Eyed Peas and Kramer with this fat wave really don't care.
Yeah, and I think our initial answer of mid for the Rift was not a bad idea, but once they got that kill onto Cam up top with 3 members up there, really made a lot of sense to break this turret open. 10 minutes into the game, now you can rotate to different areas, and Black Eyed Peas can, you know, kind of facilitate the Orianna in the mid lane, who's 3-0 right now. Like, Barak is actually having these last 2 games on Orianna, has really showed a lot of mastery on the champion.
Yeah, I mean, Barak's put in a great performance, and even when, you know, Cam tries to go to another lane to be safe, you're not safe. It might be the top lane, but it's just not the one for you. Cam is very severely behind, down a level on Barak, definitely struggling in the CS, struggling in the kills, obviously, you know, seeing a lot of gold slip away. So Cam may be not the the focal point of this team comp right now. You know, just needs to let some of the other players get involved, but that is one of the scaling options, you know, along with the Sivir. But Old Man Genetics, I mean, held his own a little bit here, didn't give up much, did pick up an assist as well, and is in place to help out with this dragon too.
Yeah, that second dragon is, or has spawned, so that's why blue side is there in to try to get their second dragon of the game, and they're gonna push Kram, at least will push the mid lane forward so that they can't contest it, and it is taken without a fight. The mountain dragon headed over to CB Rangers side, and it is an Ocean Soul here in game 5. We're gonna have an Ocean Rift.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing here is, like, just really well done by the CB Rangers to push both push both things at once. The objective they wanted was the dragon, but they also put a lot of pressure down in the mid turret, which is kind of where I expected to see the Rift Herald go, right? Is to use that to just get an easy push on the drag, but they decide to hold that, use that top, and then just manually push the mid lane, which shows, I think, just how far ahead they are. Cam, once again, just getting whipped about.
Oh, the shockwave!
He can pull away, but he's going to get caught. Yeah, Barak's
There's
able to
nothing you
finish
can
it.
do. Barak had more than enough health to stay under the turret and wait till once the pool was done to bring him down. Barak has been incredible in this matchup. That's a nice hook from Zanlalak as he cues forward, pops the box as well to keep Renata in the area. Barak is in danger. Flash forward from Demonic Ascension, and the shutdown handed over to EX. That's a little bit of gold heading back to the side of Eclipsing Tides here in that match. But Black Eyed Peas is in the area against EX. You know the ultimate has been used. He does have Ghost if it does get hairy from Krema and Black Eyed Peas focusing him down, but it looks like he's safe for now.
Yeah, he's going to be able to just walk back under the turret if he needs, but this shows the threat that Eclipsing Tides still have in this game. A Zon Lilac hook, followed up by Easy just wailing on the side of CB Rangers, with those Boomerang Blades being able to power it up with the W as well. The Bouncing Blade, I believe it is, should be good, and that's sort of showing where the power of this team lies. Any fight where you are able to just get all of the damage done, I mean, it's going to take a long time to work through EX. You're going to have to waste time getting on Cam as well. EX is going to get stunned up here, but is just
stunned twice, and the Heartbreaker is destroying Swain right there. 7th kill on the side of CB Rangers early on. The turret plating still hasn't even left the rift yet, and this is how far ahead they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously summoning everyone down. Barak here just going up against Cam solo. Does have a little bit of work to do. A shockwave there brings Cam below half. It is going to be close, though. Still more work to do against this now very annoying healing Vlad. One more.
No, he's not going to be able to get it. That would have been nice if the blue ward helping him with a vision.
Black Eyed Peas has flash. No, don't want to.
No, he's backing off. Not worth it. Don't give over the shutdown. You're 3-0 in Viego. It's not worth it. It's like when you keep killing the Sway or the Singed when he's worth 107 gold. Like, the Vladimir is not a factor right now. Do not waste any of your resources on it.
Yeah, but the Vladimir is going to be a factor, and that's like that is the only thing I really see right now where, like, Eclipsing Tides need to just understand this. Like, yes, they're going up against the scaling Vigar. Vigar is down about 20 CS though, so you're already a little bit ahead in the scale on the Sivir. Your Vlad's going to scale, your Swain's going to become more annoying, your Maokai's going to get pretty, like, beefy late game. You know, I do think it's interesting that while behind, Spy Kid has built this, you know, already quite aggressive pair of boots and, you know, rather aggressive set of items here on the Maokai, which... one thing, I mean, if you're going to go cooldown boots, I entirely get it. It's an important item on the Maokai. But sometimes I think you just got to chill out a little bit and maybe just build for the team rather than your impact.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of depending on which type of boot you want to go for, MR or helping with your armor, would be maybe a little more helpful than the Boots of Lucidity, but understandable as a lot of Malkites go for it. Can Cam get out of here? Barak with the shockwave over the wall into the pit, and he kills him again. Orianna is unbelievable. He doesn't even have his mythic finish yet, and he has been able to murder Vlad this many times.
Yeah, this is getting out of hand now, and I do think Cam might just be out of the game. Obviously, just needs to sit under a tower and farm somewhere. But those opportunities are few and far between. Barak keeps on going, though. Oh, a fail flash was on Lilac, I think.
Nevermore, though, pulling him in the flay as well. Barak is really in a terrible spot right now. Swain is able to be the one to get that kill. They're gonna at least get one response, and both of those deaths have been from Barak in this match. Everyone else is deathless right now. Kramer's gonna get the stun, and they pull Spy Kid forward again, ulting with absolutely nobody around for the follow-up. You're just wasting the cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, this is really bad timing as well, because now Malkite is spawning after the dragon spawns. Kramer is going to get hooked.
Lilac
doesn't seem to care.
Yeah, he gets killed before he can do anything about the turret plate. The turret damage, I should say, was just not able to do enough against Kramer for him to really even care. And now they're down their support and their jungler as they get ready for this third dragon of the game.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, Peacemaker's been poked pretty low, but you do, of course, have priority. You're able to get to the river first. You've only got Spy Kid just leaving the base, and if it gets super dicey, Barak does have teleport as well. So they are just able to start this one up. Black Eyed Peas and Kramer, both with the Divine Sunderers too, being able to shred this one pretty quickly. And Old Man Genetics, you know, putting in that decent little chunk of damage all the time. So nice smite there. That's 3 dragons to nothing, and this game is now slipping away from Eclipsing Tides, because all of that scaling is going up against the potential in 5 minutes. That's at 21 and a bit, so nearly 22 minutes. Potential Ocean Soul.
And if you thought Barak was going to pop off beforehand, or was popping off, now he actually has his mythic completed in the Ludens. I know there's a lot of conversation for AP mages on what to build going for the Ludens, like for that little bit of extra damage there. And right now he's going to try to use that against EX, who has to pop the Demonic Ascension just to stay alive. Now some people are like, the Leandry's on her, but that is another conversation for another day. Spy Kid is in the area, flash stun forward. Krama, disgusting. Cam, you cannot leave a turret at any area of the rift, or you will be deleted.
Yeah, Cam is out of this game now. That is such a big letdown to see Cam kind of finish the series like this with such good performances like earlier in the set. Just getting bodied, you know, 0-6-0. Hasn't even been involved in those 2 kills. There's been a lot of gold funneled over to the side of CB Rangers thanks to that Vladimir. You know, I know you say like, oh, okay, it's fine, you know, he's not worth any gold, but that's still gold, right? And it's just like time that you're not on the map. You're losing map pressure off it. Old Man Genetics could get caught here, but a nice cage blocks the EX from engaging. So yeah, the bottom side of the map is very much belonging to the side of CB Rangers, as is, I mean, the top side of the map too. And that is the big thing here, is they're just, honestly, it looks to me like they're just pushing around the bot side for the next 3 and a bit minutes, and then they'll start causing problems when that dragon comes up.
We are about to be 19 minutes into the game with the 11-2 kill count and a over 4,000 gold lead for CB Rangers. They're going to try to get this bot lane tier 1 turret as well, and while pushing as a team, they're going to be able to take that down.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of tough, right? It's like you don't have a mid laner, you don't have like the strong, even Ori like is a decent side laner. It's definitely gonna be a tough one. Barak, you know, just pushing up,
has to use the pool
once again, just getting chunked.
And it's like every time he comes out of the pool, because he doesn't use Shockwave yet, you're still in danger of it. But the Shockwave is down now, so Orianna is not going to have that in the area right now for this potential team fight. Easy is here, has really not done anything. Sure, you have a CS lead, but inherently that's common as a Sivir when you're playing against an AP bot laner. It's not like Easy has really done anything to earn that CS lead besides being the Sivir. Vlad, what are you going to be able to do in this scenario with 2 people pushing you out of the lane? The answer is run as fast as you can.
I mean, yeah, that was the Vlad ult, and I'm gonna be honest, that was very uninspiring. Just not able to do any damage to even Old Man Genetics, who hasn't really had a part of this game. So if you can't even take out one of their weakest members, you got a lot of concerns to have. Baroque picking up a blue buff, may be able to keep him on the map for a little bit longer. But this gold lead is looking to be about 5,000 gold to the CB Rangers right now, and this is not the way I think Eclipsing Tides wanted to end this series.
No, definitely not. I mean, obviously, some of it could be the frustration that 45 seconds in, First Blood was handed over to the jungler, and there's been so much discussion about these two junglers in this matchup, and it just gave Black Eyed Peas an advantage, especially when he had such a difficult performance in Game 4 on the Zac, where he was the same level as supports by the end of the game. So to give Black Eyed Peas that confidence is just really propelling CB Rangers towards victory.
Yeah, I mean, Old Man Genetics as well, just picking up this farm. So the only hope, I think everyone in chat and everyone at home can agree, the only hope right here is some kind of crazy easy pop-off, right? He is 30 CS ahead, got an assist, to the 2 assists of Old Man Genetics. But this pop-off is going to be needed soon, because at the moment, the rest of the map is bleeding a little bit. And it's not just the players, it's also the resources as well. Black Eyed Peas forces a crazy flash out of Zon Lilac.
Yeah, Zon Lilac is not going to have that. He's not going to be able to do your favorite thing in the world, Dodds, which is Flash Flay for the next couple of minutes. Has to wait for that cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, Flash Flay is one of the best plays in the game. It's just a fact. It's one of the coolest plays in the game. If you hit it, you're a god, and if you miss it, well, it's fine. Because you got it up in 5 minutes, right? So, Flash Flay,
there's the stun.
Been a big one.
There's another Flash.
Spike is getting shredded here.
Yeah, he has to just walk away. I don't really know what the red team is trying to do, chilling around the Baron 21 minutes in when you're down this much gold.
They're just going to run drag. They've literally forced Spiked to the top of the map. So now
Orianna TP the dragon. Orianna. Yep, she's in the bot lane there. She used a TP ward to get into the area, maybe clearing out the vision there first. But this is the soul that is on the line that Eclipsing Tides just does not care about. This is one of those trades, Daz. Every time Dragon or Dragon Soul for Baron. And they might not even get it because Jax and Vigar are in the area. They're going to have to force them off.
They've turned off it. They're getting wailed on it. They turned off it into the cage. Peacemaker's walking up. Could just cause problems. Oh, this is rough. Kramer's in there.
Look how low they all are. Look how low they are. Cam actually gets a kill, but it's on some support. Who cares? Barak kills easy. That's obviously way more important. So Swain is able to get rid of the Orianna in this area. So it's only a 2 for 2 in the scenario. But the flash forward Flay doesn't stop it. Krama popping off on his Jax. He consciously chose this into the counter pick into Swain top, and it's working out for Krama.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of things to say on that fight. First of all, that is one of the most desperate Barons I've ever seen. The hard turn as soon as they walked down to the dragon. They all grouped up as well, and they didn't really turn out of the pit in time. They kind of turned a little bit late. They were like, okay guys, we see you're coming, let's turn and fight this. They were all in the mouth of the pit though, which allowed them to be grouped for the cage, it allowed them to be grouped for the ult from Renata, and it allowed them to be grouped when Kramer jumped in. After that, there really wasn't much you could do. Black Eyed Peas went over the top. Baroque was able to throw down a huge amount of damage as well. So that does mean, okay, ignore the Baron. We don't really care about that. We just didn't want you to take it. And now we're going to pick up an Ocean Soul. This game has got well out of hand.
Yeah, for sure. It's not the... this is an anticlimactic way to end what has been a very exciting best of 5. The conclusion to the winter season here in the Divinity League, we were hoping would be a little bit closer, but you know what? If Easy is somehow able to pull this off. I mean, Zon Lilac has also played incredibly well the entire best of 5. Like I give him a lot of credit on Thresh, but just in general in the support throughout this entire set. But like a victory, although very slim chances, if it were to come, it would be through Eclipsing Tides bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, here's my concern, right? Is like, I don't think Easy and Zon Lilac are going to be able to make up for Cam. They are, of course, doing very, very well in this game, but they've got a lot of work to do, and in a lot of the games, Easy has really been, popping off early, getting those 3-4 kills super early on, and being able to capitalize on that. That's something that they've just not had in this game right now. So this is looking a lot better. And you say it's anticlimactic. I'd actually disagree a little bit. I think the fact that we've had one team step up in this final match and just command the game is exactly what this series was crying out for.
The Baron is low. I really thought Silver Boomerang had a chance there, but Black Eyed Peas was not allowing that to happen. And they take that next dragon, they can try, or excuse me, that Baron, and they can try to push through these lanes and finally break into the Eclipsing Tides base.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing here is like, you know, the scaling needs to come through from the side of Eclipsing Tides. But as I was saying before, the Baron, which CBR picked up pretty comfortably. The one thing I will say is it's like, this is the first game I think has been really explosive for one team, and they've just manhandled the game. The other 4 games have been a little bit kind of messy, a bit back and forth, a lot of kills being exchanged for no reason. But this is like a statement for CB Rangers so far, just coming out onto the rift and being like, you know what, no, this is ours. Easy is getting wailed on by the cannon minions here, and Cam once again already at half health, as it's going to be easy trades.
Rocket Belt into almost dying. Not a great exchange out of Cam. Krama is going to be able to take the tier 2 in the bot lane so they can continue to push with this Baron. Obviously, this is one of the things that Jax excels in, to be solo pushing with Baron. Oh, now no more flash play yet again, does. Sorry, you can't see it. Had to use it so he didn't die to Vigar.
Yeah, this 1-3-1 is working out really well, though, as this mid lane is getting a lot of attention. Zon Lilac does land the hook with a cannon minion, just doing the work there in the back. The turret's already down at half. Is this Krama able to rotate over? But look, you've still got the push coming from the side of Barok in the top lane as well.
Cam!
So the next push could be huge.
Just existing and almost dies under turret, has to walk all the way back to the Fallon hook landing and the play on Old Man Genetics, but they can't really follow up because it's just Zon Lilac. The ultimate is popped way too late from Sivir. Don't know if it was just came up and he used it or waited too long, but regardless, the result is Zon Lilac dying and the inhibitor in the mid lane being taken out as well.
Yeah, and this is kind of disastrous. Losing that support has got them punished. It's going to be 2 inhibitors going the side of CB Rangers. They've got a huge wave in the top lane, actually. 3 cannons. If they can guide that in, that's a massive amount of damage. Look at that turret just getting shredded. Let the cannons do the work, Joe.
And they don't just stay over, you know, they decide it's time to get out of the base, recall. We don't want to blow this. We don't want to give them any opportunity. We can twisted advance into the Orianna, though, and he gets killed right away. He didn't leave the base when the rest of the team did. Barok has been killed. He's down one of their best players right now in this 5v4, and now the rest of them have to run before they give over any more gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's finally a little bit of something on the side of Eclipsing Tides, taking out Barok. But look what's happening. Another minion wave is coming in with the assistance of the Baron. Still a little way to go. But if Peacemaker and Old Man Genetics could lead this one in, they could put themselves in a great position. That said, we do have to consider that the Elder Dragon is up in 1 minute and 20, and that is something to start playing around.
And just looking at the both Krama and Barok have teleport available if they did want to continue the 1-3-1 down the lanes. As they push them in, they can then TP towards the Dragon Pit later on. But for now, with the Baron buff, excuse me, with the Baron buff spawning, they're just going to play it a little more safe and wait for that big Elder fight, which I don't see how it wouldn't go in their direction, because you have Barok Shockwave, you have the 4 dragons stacked to 0. Like, there's so much happening in favor. Of course, Vigar Cage as well. There's so much in the favor. It's going to hit on Black Eyed Peas, but he's really not threatened whatsoever by the thresh. He's actually going back in. The box is used on Zon Lilac. Can he get anything out of it? Vigar and Shockwave combination killing the thresh. Swain has to pop the ult just to stay around, not really be able to do anything, just sticking here. Can't even kill the support. Krama can win this fight. Stopwatch is forced to be used there just to stay. Barok, can you get any more kills? Can you pop off any harder in this match? Just barely staying alive.
Yeah, Easy did get a lot of damage down there with the Boomerang Blade, but it wasn't enough to stop this push, as it looks like the 3rd inhibitor is going to be falling in this one. Yep, easily taken there. And it is just a tough old beat for the side of Eclipsing Tides.
Now Elder's up.
Yeah, they have to chase out the side of CBR, who are just running back to go pick up that Elder Dragon and really seal this game up.
Yeah, I wonder what the comms are like on the side of Eclipsing Tides. Is you have all your inhibitors down, you don't want to leave the base, but if you don't leave the base, you give up Elder Dragon for free, and it's really not a great idea either way, either decision you make.
Yeah, this is pretty much impossible. They've got to clear those waves. They've got to sit there. And the big concern for me is like, okay, well now they're just going to go back. They're going to spend all that money that they've got from all of those towers. And they should, and I'm not much of a strategist, and I might sound like a bit like a North American here, they should be able to run it down mid and end the game.
Oh, absolutely. That's what we love to do here in North America.
Yeah, I mean, who cares about sides? Who cares about pushing waves? Just make, honestly, make Eclipsing Tides group up and stop you. Because if they group up and stop you and you take a fight, and if there's even one person missing, which there very likely could be because they're already going 1-1-2 with the side of Spiked in the base. They're going to get popped real quick by an Elder Dragon, especially a 4-stack Elder.
Vlad is out on top lane, has to recall. I mean, he's not really going to be able to help too much anyway in a fight. Might just be a little bit of a distraction. So he does get back into the base in time. All 10 ultimates are available right now on the rift between these two teams. This is the end. Flash play forward into the box. Can he get anything? No, the shockwave is massive, killing multiple members. There's a double kill for Black Eyed Peas, getting his redemption arc in game 5. Swain gets the shutdown. Sivir gets a kill as well. Double kill for Swain. Flashing forward is not going to get enough. Can the stopwatch handle it? Yes, the Elder helping out to boot. A double kill. 9 kills for Barak. That's the ace. That's going to be the turrets. The GGs are put into chat, and after a long season and after a long 5 games, CB Rangers will be your Divinity League champions in the winter season in Titan Esports.
CB Rangers went the long way around, taking all 5 games to do it, but the game that mattered, the best of one at the end of the night, was the one that secured them the title of Winter Champions here in the Divinity League. A fantastic game, a commanding game, ending with about a 13,000 gold lead. And honestly, the performances from all of the team in that last game were huge. Kramer stepped up, being able to deal with EX on that Swain pick. Black Eyed Peas picking up the first blood, getting a monstrous advantage over Spy Kid throughout the course of that game. Barak, I'm going to call it early, Joe. Barak's my player of the series because of that Game 5 performance. Being able to put those numbers up was absolutely massive. And Cam, who put in great performances as well, was just manhandled in the course of that game. So not able to get there. Obviously, the bot lane, the big focus of Eclipsing Tides, in Easy and Zunlilac were trying. They were desperate to get involved, but they just didn't get a foot in the game that mattered. Old Man Genetics and Peacemaker were able to hold it down, were a little bit behind in some of the numbers, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd agree on the Barak. I respect it, but that's why maybe we can differ. I kind of like Krama, honestly, from just the whole thing, because Barak had some tough games early on. The Ahri was not really working in his favor. It's very tough. I think I agree with you. This is a team effort. This is one of those scenarios where maybe the player of the series was the whole team, because it's not like it was one, like Black Eyed Peas was not doing great till this time, till game 5. Old Man Genetics had some pretty rough matches. Like, okay, how about this, Stats? Why don't we compromise? Since we're kind of struggling and everyone had pros and cons, we just do what they do in the pros and just give it to the support and just say Peacemaker, player of the series.
No, I'm not having it, Joe. This is like when you ask somebody what, like, let's say you're watching a game, like you don't care about either of the teams, right? And you say like, oh, who are you supporting tonight? No, I just want to see a good game.
Yeah.
You may as well support the referees at that point. I know you're not supporting the referees in the NFL. I can tell you that right now.
No, I don't know. Everyone in chat, let us know who you think the player of the series is, because Daz and I are clearly split on this.
I mean, okay, it's Kramer or Barak, right? I think Kramer has played pretty consistently across the course of the series. But, my thing is, we went to game 5, right? Like, I'm taking nothing away from Kramer, put in some great performances. That's a massive performance in the last game.
They had to ban the Olaf every game.
Yeah, they did have to ban the Olaf. But when it mattered, game number 5, right? When you're being asked to step up and really, like, you know, put it all on the line, Barak did what was needed. Absolutely manhandled Cam. You know, Cam ended the game 1-8. So it's like, yes, Kramer was consistent throughout the series. But the performance that was needed, the bounce back performance, is why I'm going with Baroque. Because Baroque, like you said, had the bad games. But the game that was needed is the one.
He came in when he was needed the most. I understand what you're saying. I also think, just look at Cam in this match, and we kind of forget because Cam died 8 times. He was not the one that gave up first blood. It was actually EX 45 seconds into the match, giving especially Viego the first blood that early on, just propelling that advantage throughout the rest of the Rift. And I think I kind of liken this Game 5 Vladimir pick to the Game 4 Vayne, which I really don't know or appreciate if that was the correct selection in this high pressure moment.
Yeah, I think it was like too much scaling for my taste.
And it's too much AP, like you mentioned in draft. Too much AP.
Too much AP, like too much scaling. It just didn't work out. And look at the damage. I mean, okay, there's definitely some chat that, obviously I know game 1 for Kramer was huge with the Olaf, did win that game, did steal it. But in game 5, I mean, the numbers don't lie. This is just numerically correct that, over double the damage of the rest of the team. The anti-heal was massive, being able to build that early and get away with it, right? Like, not every champion, particularly AP mages, can build the Oblivion Orb early, so I think that was the big one. The Baron play, like, just cutting out that Desperation Baron felt really good. I think the game that mattered is exactly where I want to see it, so, that's what I wanted.
I do think that CB Rangers, obviously at the best time, has hit their stride, and their team composition, they've kind of determined that Old Man Genetics down in the bot lane, like, 2 of their 3 wins were on Seraphine and Vigar, right? So, kind of just play weak side bot lane. We are not going to get into this contest with Sivir and with Easy in the bot lane. He's the best ADC in the league. There's really no need to try to go toe-to-toe. Let's push our advantages in our other lanes while we have them. And I think that was definitely a great strategy call from CB Rangers.
Yeah, well, a lot to unpack for both of these teams. But, the big news at the end of the day is it is going to be CB Rangers as our winter split champions. With that said, Joe, all we can do is start looking forward to spring. Sign-ups for the spring split are open for both divisions, Divinity and Conqueror as well. I believe there's been some information between games on the slides, so make sure to check that out. Check out the Titan Esports Discord if you want to get involved. You can find a bunch of the teams in there. And, of course, make sure that you're getting involved with a bunch of people. It's a great community, and I'd like to see more people come out and play next year. Maybe you could be on the next championship team. So, with that said, Joe, it's going to be a big thanks for me here in the Winter Split. It's been a pleasure being able to do this with you. I've got to say some wild stuff. That's all I'll say is I've got to say some pretty wild things.
No, I mean, obviously, Daz, this has been some of the most fun we've ever had to delve into the world of League of Legends. Commentary has been a dream of ours for many of years together. As we've for those who don't know, we have been great caster friends for the Pokemon community for a very long time. So Daz and I taking this leap forward into League of Legends, there's nobody else I would have rather spent my Monday evenings with than you, brother.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. So hopefully we'll see you guys again soon. Thank you everyone for watching. We appreciate everyone who's been supporting us throughout the season. I know Joe and I have some strange schedules, so we're not able to make every week. But
shouts to Romeo and Lucan helping us out on commentary today.
Yeah, being able to jump in, jump out. It's been an absolute pleasure. But with that said, on the East Coast, I was about to say on the West Coast for some reason. I was like, it's definitely not midnight on the West Coast. Also, why would I refer to that coast? But that's by the by. I think from the two of us.
I think that means it's time to go, Daz.
Yeah, it is. From myself, from Zemanin, from Baby's Arms holding apples, and from other,
CB Rangers.
Yeah, and from the CB Rangers. It's been a great season. Good night.